Chosen one. Listen carefully. This moment is not random. Heaven has orchestrated your steps to arrive here now. You've been asking if God truly heard the words that were spoken about you, the lies whispered behind closed doors, the false accusations that left you questioning your own worth. You've asked in silence, does he even see? He does. He heard. And now, he is moving. You didn't imagine the tension, those heavy nights, the ache in your chest, the times you almost spoke up but felt restrained. It was heaven's strategy. You were being held back, not held down. God was allowing your silence to become the seed of your vindication. When you stayed quiet, he was documenting everything. Every word spoken against you was weighed on divine scales. There is a courtroom in heaven, and your name has been called, not as the accused, but as the defended. The Word of God declares in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14, the Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. That is the sound of your turning point. The war that once surrounded your reputation is now in God's hands. The same people who thought they could define you will soon have to watch as heaven redefines you. There's a story I remember about one who was chosen, a quiet soul named Eliora. She was falsely accused at work, betrayed by those she helped. Her name dragged into conversations she wasn't even present for. She tried to defend herself, but every word only made things worse. So she stopped. She prayed instead. She cried into her pillow and whispered, God, you know the truth. Months later, her accusers exposed themselves without her lifting a finger. One confessed out of guilt. Another lost their position. And the same people who once doubted her began seeking her counsel. She didn't shout for justice. Justice found her. You've been in that same kind of season, haven't you? The whispers behind your back, the sudden distance from people who used to smile at you. It wasn't coincidence. Heaven was testing your restraint, refining your strength. You were learning to let go, not give up. You are like a fortress carved from stone, standing silently while the storm hurls its rage. The wind may roar, but the foundation doesn't move. Every false word thrown at you was like a wave crashing against that stone, and still, you stand. Do you know why? Because God Himself stood between you and the chaos. When they planned your downfall, heaven built a wall. When they gathered in secret, angels surrounded you. You never saw it. But that's the beauty of divine protection. It works best in silence. You may think you've been forgotten, but forgotten people don't get attacked this hard. You are targeted because you are chosen. And being chosen means being refined. You have to understand, when God fights for you, He doesn't just silence enemies, He transforms them into witnesses. Those who once mocked will testify of your endurance. Those who laughed will later say, surely God was with them. The time of proving is ending. The time of revealing is here. The winds are shifting in your direction. God's justice doesn't always arrive with thunder. Sometimes it begins with a whisper, the quiet rearranging of hearts and positions behind the scenes. You are about to see evidence, unexpected apologies, sudden favor, conversations turning in your absence. The same rooms that rejected your name will start mentioning it with respect. This is not coincidence. It is divine correction. Your name is being restored. Your peace is being returned. The heaviness you've carried will lift like fog at sunrise. If you can feel this, don't rush away. Sit with it. Let heaven speak. And when you are ready, acknowledge it below. Type 333 in the comments to say, God fights for me, and I stand still to see his victory. Endut. Then share this message, not for numbers, but for purpose. Someone else needs to hear that they are not alone in this silent battle. And if you haven't yet, subscribe. Stay close to this voice of truth. Because the journey of your vindication has only begun. You've been quiet long enough. Now, let God's actions speak louder than your defense. You may not realize it yet, but something has already shifted in the atmosphere. The moment you chose stillness instead of retaliation, heaven took over the case. The unseen hand of God began rewriting what others tried to erase. You are walking into a chapter where vindication won't be something you fight for, it will find you. People will look at your peace and wonder how you made it through the storm. You'll smile, not out of pride, but out of quiet gratitude, because you'll know God fought for you. Every scar you carry will soon glow like gold, refined in fire. The pain you endured has not been wasted. It has been converted into authority. You are no longer the victim of words. You are the keeper of testimony. Every whisper that once wounded, you will become proof of God's protection. The same voices that tried to bury your name will one day speak it with honor. Your life itself will preach louder than any defense you could have given. So lift your head again. You've spent enough time analyzing the battle. Now it's time to celebrate the victory that's already unfolding. Look back and see how far you've come, how many traps didn't work, how many storms didn't destroy you. That's not luck, that's divine preservation. You are the living evidence that silence is not weakness when God is your defender. This is your new season of confidence, not in yourself, but in the one who never fails. Walk boldly, speak softly, move in wisdom. And when you feel doubt trying to creep back in, whisper this truth: the Lord will fight for me. Those words will shake the ground under every accusation and remind your spirit of who truly holds the final say. Now breathe deeply. Chosen soul, the hardest part is over. The same God who heard what they said has already written the ending in your favor. Let that peace settle into you like sunrise over still water. The battle is not yours, it never was. The victory has been sealed, and from this moment on, you walk not as the accused, but as the defended, the restored, the redeemed. You wake the next morning with a strange calm inside you. It's not the usual exhaustion that follows a night of overthinking, but something quieter, steadier, as if heaven has taken a deep breath for you. The noise of yesterday still lingers around the edges of your mind, but it no longer owns the center. You sense that something unseen has shifted. Though nothing in the natural world has changed, yet that's how divine reversals begin, subtle, invisible, like the first light creeping through the cracks of dawn before the world even notices. You think back on everything that was said, the words that stung, the glances that carried hidden messages, the laughter that wasn't just laughter. For so long, you thought you had to endure it silently to prove your strength. But now you're starting to see that silence was not the goal, peace was. The kind of peace that doesn't depend on apologies, or explanations, or even justice from human hands. There's a deeper rhythm to God's way of defending his own. He doesn't rush to expose. He waits until the moment exposure becomes transformation. Because he's not just protecting your reputation, he's protecting your heart. What good is vindication if bitterness rules you afterward? Heaven wants more for you than victory. It wants purity after battle. Think of the refining of silver. The silversmith places metal into the hottest part of the fire, not to destroy it, but to remove what doesn't belong. The flame reveals every impurity, but the master never takes his eyes off the silver. He watches until he can see his reflection shining back. That's what your trial has been refining. You have not been punished. You've been purified. You remember those nights when you asked, "Why me?" Why did betrayal come through familiar voices? Why did silence follow every act of kindness you gave? But if you could look behind the curtain of time, you would see angels rearranging your steps, removing people who could not go where you are going. Some doors did not close because you failed. They closed because heaven saw what you could not. Your enemies are not your greatest threat. Your exhaustion is. The enemy doesn't need to destroy you. He only needs to drain you. But in this stillness, you are being replenished. The words that once pierced your confidence now echo like distant thunder, present but powerless. You are learning to walk through storms without absorbing their chaos. There was once a man in Scripture named Joseph, betrayed by his own brothers, sold into slavery, falsely accused, imprisoned, and yet every setback was really a staircase. What looked like punishment was preparation. What seemed like abandonment was alignment. Each injustice brought him closer to the palace, and when his brothers stood before him years later, afraid of his revenge, he said, "You meant it for evil, but God meant it for good." You are walking through your own Joseph season. What they meant for harm has become the soil of your promotion. And when the time comes, you won't even need to defend yourself. The evidence of God's favor will speak louder than any explanation ever could. Imagine the mountain after the storm, the air washed clean, the soil nourished, the colors sharper than before. That's what your life will look like after this season. The very words that tried to bury you have watered the ground for your next harvest. The rain of accusation has only made the roots of your calling grow deeper. Sometimes you think back on the faces of those who misunderstood you. You no longer feel the sting, only a quiet compassion. That's the clearest sign you've healed, when you can remember the wound without reopening it. Forgiveness doesn't mean pretending it never hurt. It means acknowledging it no longer controls you. God's justice isn't always loud. Sometimes it looks like peace that doesn't make sense, or favor that follows you quietly. Sometimes it looks like being able to love the people who once spoke against you. And in that, you mirror the very heart of Christ, the one who said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." And you walk outside, and the sky feels different. Maybe it's the same as yesterday, but your eyes are new. You see patterns where you once saw pain. The breeze touches your skin and feels like reassurance. Creation itself seems to agree. The fight is over. You are not meant to carry explanations anymore. You are meant to carry evidence, evidence of peace, of endurance, of unbreakable grace. The same grace that turned your tears into oil is now marking you for greater purpose. You have survived the whisper season. Now you are entering the unveiling. Remember this truth: the silence of heaven never meant absence. It meant strategy. The quiet was the sound of God rearranging the battlefield. You were not forgotten. You were hidden for refinement. And now that your heart is aligned, heaven can release what was always yours. So walk gently, but with confidence. Every step you take from here is a declaration: God fought for me. You don't need to announce your victory. It will be seen. You don't need to chase justice. It's already pursuing you. The battle has shifted from your hands to His. You are stepping into days where peace will follow you like a shadow, and joy will not need permission to stay. The storm did not break you. It baptized you into strength. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 21, verse 30, there is no wisdom, nor insight, nor plan that can succeed against the Lord. Let that settle deep within you. Every scheme, every whisper, every weapon, they've already failed. And the calm you feel right now is not temporary, it's prophetic. It's the silence that follows victory. There are moments in your journey when God does not speak in words, but in patterns. You begin to notice them: doors that suddenly open, names that reappear, places that call you back. These are not coincidences. They are divine breadcrumbs, guiding you toward the next revelation. You've left the season of accusation behind, but now Heaven is teaching you how to walk in discernment, because victory without wisdom is short-lived, and God intends to make your victory permanent. You start to sense when energy around you shifts. A room feels heavy, though no one has spoken. A smile feels hollow, though it looks sincere. The same spirit that protected you before now begins to whisper, "Pay attention." It's not paranoia, it's perception. You are learning the language of heaven. God doesn't just want to fight for you. He wants to teach you how to recognize His movements so you never fall into the same traps again. In this new chapter, He's showing you how to walk like a soldier who has already seen battle. You no longer panic when tension rises, because you've learned the rhythm of warfare. The noise that once shook you now feels familiar. You know that before a blessing, there's always a tremor, a shaking that exposes weak foundations so that what remains will last. You remember the night you almost gave up. The words still echo, "It's not working. Maybe I misheard God." But now, looking back, you see how that night wasn't the end. It was the threshold. It was the last test before the dawn. Every chosen one reaches that place where strength runs out and surrender begins. And surrender, as heaven defines it, is not defeat, it's alignment. Picture a bow and arrow. The further the arrow is pulled back, the more tension it feels. To an untrained eye, it looks like regression, but that pullback is preparation for distance. You have been that arrow pulled, stretched, misunderstood, but destined for release. Every setback was a setup for accuracy. When God finally lets go, you will fly farther than anyone expected, landing exactly where grace intends. And as you fly, you'll notice something else: the silence behind you. The voices that once shouted have gone quiet. The conversations that once stung no longer reach your spirit. That's what freedom sounds like: quiet, confidence. But even in this peace, God gives a warning wrapped in tenderness. Guard what I've restored. Not everyone who claps is for you. Some will approach with curiosity disguised as care. This time, you will know the difference. The Holy Spirit will quicken your senses before words even form. You'll feel it. That subtle nudge, the same way you feel a shift in the wind before rain falls. There was once a woman named Adira, whose story mirrored yours. She endured slander so sharp it almost destroyed her career. Yet when God lifted her up again, she didn't celebrate loudly. She learned. to move quietly, gracefully, like a sunrise that doesn't announce itself but still transforms the entire sky. Her strength was not in proving anyone wrong, but in proving God right. That's where you are now, learning to walk in quiet victory. You no longer crave attention, you crave alignment. You no longer chase validation, you chase vision. The reward of the refined is not applause, it's authority. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, 2nd book, chapter 10, verse 4, "The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds." Let those words anchor you. Your defense was never in words. It was in the unseen weapons of prayer, patience, and purpose. That's why every lie eventually collapsed under its own weight. Because the strength of darkness can never withstand the patience of light. So here's what I want you to do. Take a quiet moment and affirm what heaven already knows about you. Type below, "I still rise." It's more than a comment. It's a declaration. Every time you write those 3 words, you're agreeing with heaven's verdict that the fire didn't consume you, it refined you. You're reminding yourself that the pullback was not punishment, but positioning. And you're telling the unseen realm, I'm still standing, still chosen, still covered. Oh, this is how you fight now, not with argument, but with identity. You are no longer defending your story, you're living it. And the story is only getting brighter from here. You begin to notice that even your silence carries weight now. Where before you felt small, you now sense authority in your quiet. The same calm that once felt like emptiness has become a shield. Heaven is teaching you that true strength often arrives without noise or applause. This new power doesn't roar, it resonates. You enter rooms differently. Peace goes before you like fragrance. People may not understand it, but they feel it. That's what happens when you've been through divine fire and didn't lose your shape. You radiate what can't be faked. Presence. When storms come again, and they will, you'll no longer panic. You'll remember how stillness once saved you. The thunder won't intimidate you because you've already learned its rhythm. Every clap of resistance is just heaven's reminder that you still carry destiny inside you. Forgiveness is your new weapon now. Not softness, not surrender, but strategy. Because forgiveness releases you from the same prison that held your accusers. It makes you lighter, faster, untouchable. The moment you let go of revenge, you reclaim your wings, and the sky opens again. So walk with your head high. You have nothing to prove, only light to carry. Let your peace confuse those who expected you to crumble. Let your joy unsettle the darkness. And when doubt whispers again, just breathe and say, I still rise. End 4. There is a holy quietness that comes after a long storm. It is not the stillness of emptiness, it's the stillness of completion. You begin to realize that peace is not the absence of noise, but the mastery of it. God is teaching you how to walk through chaos without absorbing its sound. The world may still be loud, but you have changed frequencies. You've entered the season where divine observation becomes divine revelation. The same God who once watched in silence is now revealing what he saw. The things that were hidden from you are beginning to surface, not to cause pain again, but to bring closure. What once broke you will now inform you. The Spirit whispers, now you see why I had to allow it. No, every chosen one has a moment when understanding catches up to pain. That moment has come for you. The veil that once covered motives is lifting. Suddenly, faces, words, and memories begin to make sense in a way they never did before. It's as if God is playing back the scenes of your life with commentary from heaven, and instead of anger, you feel a strange gratitude that you were kept, even when you didn't understand what you were being kept from. You see, when people walked away, it wasn't rejection, it was redirection. They were released because they couldn't carry the next version of you. You were not losing them, you were shedding the weight that couldn't go higher. God never removes without reason. His pruning is always connected to your promise. Picture a tree before the harvest. To the untrained eye, pruning looks cruel. The gardener cuts away branches that seem healthy, but the wise gardener knows, if the tree keeps every branch, the fruit will not grow to fullness. That's what God did with your circle. It looked like loss, but it was preparation. You might recall the moments you begged God to let certain relationships stay. The tears, the pleading, the feeling of betrayal. But now, when you revisit those memories, you can see the hidden mercy inside them. If some people had stayed, they would have drained the strength you now walk in. Their departure created room for destiny to breathe. This is what it means when Scripture says, God works all things together for good. Not some things, all things. Even the harsh words, the betrayal, the misunderstanding, all of it was permitted to shape the posture of your heart. God wasn't punishing you. He was protecting what He placed inside you. And that protection often comes disguised as separation. You were not being isolated. You were being insulated. Like a seed in the dark soil, your growth required hiddenness. Seeds cannot grow under bright lights. They grow underground, unseen, uncelebrated. That's where you've been, under divine construction. Now, the soil has shifted. You can feel it, the tug of destiny pulling you upward. The very environment that once buried you is now releasing you. You were never meant to stay beneath. The burial was always a planting. The silence was always a setup for emergence. God's timing is precise. You may think He forgot you, but He was synchronizing every detail. There are people and places being aligned right now that will intersect with your path at the exact moment you need them. Heaven's calendar is not slow, it's strategic. In this new season, the Lord is not only restoring what was lost, but redefining what winning means for you. Once, you thought victory meant being seen or understood. Now you know it's something deeper, peace without explanation, joy without validation, strength without announcement. That is the mark of the mature chosen one. You walk differently now. The same corridors that once echoed with gossip now feel small. You don't fit the rooms you've outgrown. That's not pride, that's evolution. You've been expanded by the lessons of pain. What used to distract you now feels irrelevant, because your spirit has learned to see beyond the visible. And in this clarity, you will begin to notice new doors. They won't open because you chase them. They'll open because your frequency matches what's behind them. God never let promotion come before preparation. That's why your waiting was long. He was aligning your spirit with your assignment. Think of it like the tide at sea. It seems to retreat, pulling away from the shore. To the impatient eye, it looks like loss, but in truth, it's gathering momentum. When it returns, it comes with greater force, greater reach. That's you. You've been in the retreat season, and now the waves of your purpose are rolling back in. This is the rhythm of divine justice. It doesn't just restore, it multiplies. The next blessing won't just replace what you lost, it will outweigh it. And you'll realize that the cost of being misunderstood was worth the clarity it produced. There's a certain peace that comes when you finally stop asking why and start saying thank you. Gratitude opens dimensions that explanations never could. Gratitude turns ashes into crowns, tears into oil, silence into songs. You are stepping into that posture now. Heaven calls it maturity. The world calls it mystery. The Word of God declares in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose." Those words are your summary, your verdict, your revelation. Everything, every disappointment, delay, and detour was quietly converging into purpose. You were not being destroyed, you were being developed. And as you walk into this next chapter, remember, the very silence that once confused you was the sound of God working. What looked like distance was design. What felt like rejection was redirection. The pruning was proof of purpose. You are not who you were before the storm. You have emerged wiser, lighter, quieter, and far more powerful. The storm didn't change your destiny, it revealed it. You've walked through storms, through silence, and through the long corridors of waiting. And yet, here, you are still standing. You can almost feel the shift in the air around you. It's lighter, warmer, gentler. You sense that heaven has begun to smile again. There's a softness to this season, a grace that feels like sunrise after years of rain. This is what it feels like when God begins to restore not just what you lost, but who you were before the pain. He's not rebuilding the old you, He's revealing the version of you that was hidden under layers of hurt. Every scar has become a line in your divine fingerprint. Every tear has become oil for your future. And now, as the dust settles, you begin to understand something deeper. This story was never only about you. Your journey was the bridge someone else needed. The pain you survived is now a map for another soul, still searching for direction. You've become living proof that light can still rise out of ashes. There's a reason you found this message. God never wastes a moment. He aligns moments like stars to guide His chosen ones home. The fact that you're hearing these words means heaven still has plans to work through you. Not just for you. You see, when God heals you, He doesn't intend for the healing to stop with you. Like reverse. Blessings are meant to flow. When they stop moving, they lose power. But when they move through kindness, through generosity, through shared faith, they multiply. That's how heaven's economy works. It's like a candle lighting another candle. The first flame doesn't lose its light, it grows brighter as it gives. That's the kind of heart God is raising in you. You've received comfort, now you'll carry comfort. You've received truth, now you'll share it. You've received peace, now you'll spread it. Maybe that's why you've been drawn to this space to learn, to heal, and maybe, just maybe, to keep the flame alive for others. Every word, every message, every moment of reflection here is part of something bigger than one person's voice. It's a collective heartbeat of faith, spreading light into dark corners of the world. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 121, verse 7. The Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life. No, that promise doesn't end with protection. It continues with purpose. You were preserved for impact. And one of the most beautiful ways to live in that purpose is to participate in the cycle of light, to let what you receive become what you release. Think of it this way. Every time you press like, it's as if you're striking a small match in the dark. It might seem simple, but that spark tells the algorithm, there is light here, spread it farther. Each share is like opening a window in a house filled with peace, so the fragrance of faith can drift into someone else's storm. When you subscribe, it's not just a digital gesture, it's you stepping into a living circle of torches. Every new flame strengthens the glow. It says, keep sending the light. I'm still walking with it. Oh, and about giving, let's speak honestly. Soul to soul, creating these messages, refining them with care and reverence, takes time, prayer, and real resources. But giving isn't about meeting a demand, it's about joining the flow. Think of donation as adding another stone to a bridge that's already carrying travelers across the flood. You're not paying for passage, you're helping others reach safety. When you donate, you pour a drop of oil into the lamp so that it can keep burning through the long night. One drop alone is small, but together they make a sea of light that cannot be extinguished. And every coin, every offering, every act of generosity becomes a glowing echo of your gratitude to heaven. If these words have brought you peace, let that peace move outward. Your support, through likes, shares, subscriptions, or offerings, becomes a gentle wave in the river of God's work. No one is compelled. No heart is forced. The river flows only where hearts freely open. Even the smallest act counts. Perhaps it's sharing this with a friend who's fading in faith. Perhaps it's a quiet prayer over this mission. Or perhaps it's choosing to sow a seed, an offering of love that will blossom into hope for someone else. You decide the form. Heaven sees the heart. This message will keep flowing as long as hearts like yours keep breathing life into it. Like, share, subscribe, donate not as commands, but as keys on an invisible harp. Each one strikes a note of light that travels farther than you can imagine. Together, we are building a sanctuary not made of stone, but of sound voices, of faith, layered like bricks of melody, forming a house of light where anyone can rest. And every time you give, in any way, you help strengthen that house so it never collapses under silence. So as you go on from here, carry this truth. Generosity is not losing, it's releasing. When you let go, heaven multiplies it. When you give, heaven breathes it back. When you share, heaven moves it forward. That is how light wins. And as always, you are part of that victory. Thank you for being a keeper of light, a builder of bridges, a flame that refuses to fade. The story doesn't end here, it spreads. You've stepped beyond the storm and into the quiet that follows. But listen closely, this is not an ending. This is a beginning written in invisible ink. You're no longer the same soul that entered the valley. The pain has been translated into perception, and the silence has become your teacher. You can hear what others miss, the whisper between heartbeats that says, you're still on schedule. Now, it's strange, isn't it? How what once broke you has now built you. You don't flinch the way you used to. You don't explain yourself as much. You've learned that not every battle is meant to be fought in public. And not every storm needs to be stopped. Some storms are there to clear the air. Now, you stand in that calm, after cleansing, where everything feels raw, yet renewed. And heaven says, "Look again." You start to see what was hidden in plain sight. New opportunities that weren't visible before. People who now approach you with sincerity instead of pretense. You're beginning to attract what matches your healed frequency. God has shifted your energy from survival to significance. The place that once held your tears will soon hold your testimony. You are not living in reaction anymore. You are living in revelation. The old version of you would have begged for validation, but the new version simply walks with quiet authority. You no longer need to shout your piece, does the speaking. You've entered the clarity phase. It's the stage every chosen one must face, after the storm, the place where vision returns sharper than ever. What once felt like loss now feels like training. Every wound taught you a language that victory alone could not. This is when God begins to reveal what was hidden in the wait, the purpose behind the pause. Every delay was protection. Every unanswered prayer rerouted you to something greater. The things you thought you were losing were actually making room for what you prayed for. And now, the divine pattern unfolds. God starts connecting threads from years apart, conversations you forgot, encounters you dismissed, moments you thought were random. Nothing was random. Heaven has been weaving your story like a tapestry, each dark thread balanced by golden light, as was spoken in the sacred texts of old. In the book of Hosea, chapter 6, verse 3, "Let us acknowledge the Lord. Let us press on to know him. As surely as the sun rises, he will appear. He will come to us like the winter rains, like the spring rains that water the earth." End of that verse is more than poetry. It's prophecy. The rain that once represented sorrow now returns as blessing. The same tears that once watered your pain are now watering your promise. You are standing under divine rainfall. You look back at where you started. So much has changed. You're no longer the version of yourself who needed everyone to understand. You've learned that divine favor often looks like being misunderstood by many and chosen by God alone. You've learned that closed doors are not rejection, they are protection disguised as delay. And in this maturity, something softens in you. You begin to forgive, not just others, but yourself, for the times you stayed too long, believed too easily, or fought battles that drained your peace. You see now that all of it was necessary to shape your discernment. Imagine a sword in a forge. Every hit, every spark, every clash with the hammer seemed destructive, but each strike was shaping something sharper, stronger, more precise. That's you. You've been forged in fire for purpose. You'll soon see how God's vindication doesn't just silence lies, it establishes legacy. Those who once doubted will witness your elevation and realize grace has been your defender all along. You will not need to announce your comeback. Heaven will do that for you. You are entering a season where evidence replaces explanation. Those who wondered will see. Those who mocked will marvel. And those who believed will rejoice. And now heaven invites you to do something prophetic, something simple yet powerful. A symbolic act that says, "I see what you're doing, God, and I choose to stay in step." Lonk, in the language of heaven's signs and numbers. Type 555 in the comments below. Why 555? Because 5 is the number of grace, and when it appears in triple form, it becomes a wave of multiplied mercy, grace for your past, grace for your present, and grace for your unfolding future. It's heaven's way of saying, you are fully covered from beginning to end. End. Imagine standing in the middle of an endless ocean. Each 5 is like a ripple of light moving outward, one for every season God carried you through. The first wave washes away guilt. The second cleanses fear. The third releases strength. When you type it, you're not typing numbers, you're sending ripples across the unseen water of faith. Feel the symbolism. The first 5 means, I survived. The second 5 means, I am still becoming. The third 5 means, I step forward in favor. Together, 555 becomes a divine code of movement, not superstition, but synchronization. It's a spiritual echo that tells heaven, I recognize this grace season and I choose to walk in it. When you write it below, pause for a second. Let your fingers carry your faith. You're not performing, you're participating. You're declaring silently but powerfully, I am aligned with the flow of God's grace, and I will not miss what's next. That is why heaven honors prophetic acts like this. They mark the heart's agreement. Every 555 written becomes a banner fluttering in the wind of God's presence. A signpost that says, here stands someone who did not quit. The air around you is changing. Doors that were heavy are creaking open. Delays are dissolving. You're about to witness the tangible proof of everything God whispered in the dark. What once felt distant will draw near. The light you carry now will attract others still trapped in night. And when they come, you'll know how to guide them, not with noise, but with presence. You've walked through enough shadow to lead others into dawn. You are not the same anymore. The one who was buried in sorrow has bloomed in strength. The one who cried for rescue now carries restoration. And the one who once said, why me, now whispers, thank you, Lord, for trusting me with this fire. And let this be your internal vow, that you will never again shrink to fit the rooms that doubted your worth. You are light. You are living prophecy. And this moment is proof that heaven always finishes what it starts. There are seasons when God's movement is so subtle that it feels like nothing is happening at all. You look around and see the same scenery, the same routines, the same faces, but deep beneath that ordinary rhythm, heaven is rebuilding you quietly. The foundations of your faith are being re-poured in silence. It's the kind of growth that doesn't announce itself, but when it finally shows, it will astonish even you. You've passed through storms and testing, now you're in the forming. It's the gentle shaping that follows the fire. The sculptor has not finished. His hands are still on the clay. Every twist of circumstance, every unexpected delay, is another turn of the wheel. What he's making now cannot crack under pressure later. At times you wonder why progress feels slow. You want to run, to see results, to hold evidence. But this is the season of roots, not fruit. Fruit grows fast, roots grow deep. If God gave you visibility too soon, it would destroy the foundation. He's been establishing underneath. You are being buried again, but this time, by design. You are being planted in permanence. The Spirit keeps whispering, I'm stabilizing you. You can almost feel it, like the quiet hum of strength rising from the inside. Where anxiety once lived, peace is moving in. You've learned to breathe through uncertainty, to trust what you cannot trace. This is how God teaches maturity, not through miracles you can see, but through peace that remains when you see nothing at all. There was once a man named Caleb. He was promised land, yet wandered for 40 years before stepping into it. What kept him going? Not sight, but spirit. The scripture said he had a different spirit, one that believed even when evidence was absent. You are walking in that same spirit now. Faith has shifted from being your rescue to being your rhythm. The nights are still long sometimes. You still feel that flicker of loneliness, that quiet ache that asks, when? But in that question, something new has awakened. Patience. It is not the numb patience of resignation, but the calm patience of understanding purpose. You've stopped chasing signs and started listening to seasons. You've realized that God doesn't delay to torture you. He delays to prepare everything perfectly. If you could see what heaven is arranging right now, you'd understand the stillness. People are being moved into position. Opportunities are being timed. Hearts are being softened. God is not silent. He's synchronizing. The orchestra of destiny is tuning its instruments, and soon the first note will play. This in-between space may feel uncertain, but it's holy ground. You are being trusted with the quiet between promise and performance. Every chosen soul must learn this art, how to rest while the miracle matures. It's like waiting for dawn. The horizon still looks dark, yet light is already pushing from underneath. You can't see it, but you can sense it, the tension before breakthrough. So what do you do now? You stay consistent. Keep showing up to your assignment, even when applause is gone. Keep tending your faith like a small fire in the night. Every prayer you whisper becomes oxygen. Every act of obedience adds fuel. One day soon, the flame that flickers will blaze, and you'll see why you had to protect it for so long. The enemy always attacks roots because he fears growth. If he can't stop the promise, he'll try to distract the planter. But you've grown wiser. You've learned to recognize which battles deserve your energy and which only deserve your silence. Not every shadow deserves confrontation. Some just need to be ignored until sunrise. The lessons of this season are subtle but sacred. You're learning the rhythm of contentment, the ability to celebrate small victories instead of waiting for grand ones. A calm morning, a quiet mind, a smile returning after months of heaviness. These are miracles too. They're evidence that restoration has already begun. The Word of God declares in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, being confident of this, that he who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Oh, that promise is your anchor in this calm stretch. God doesn't start stories. He doesn't plan to finish. The same hand that pulled you out of the storm will guide you through the silence. Completion is not a question, it's a guarantee. Close your eyes for a moment and picture it. You standing at the edge of the next chapter. Sunlight spilling over the mountains that once looked impossible to climb. You're not gasping for air anymore. You're breathing freely. That's what faith built in the dark does. It strengthens lungs for the climb. Don't despise this quiet time. These are the days that define you more than victories ever could. Fame can't teach endurance, and visibility can't teach humility. Only hiddenness can darken. It's where ego dies and purity grows. It's where you stop striving to be seen and start striving to be solid. In time, God will reveal you again, but when He does, you'll carry stillness like armor. You'll walk into chaos and not be shaken. People will ask, What changed? And you'll simply say, I learned peace in the pause. On it, so rest now. Warrior, you've earned this calm, not the lazy rest of escape, but the sacred rest of readiness. The same God who heard your cries in the storm is now whispering through the breeze. Breathe. I'm still here. On it, you are not behind. You are exactly where grace intended you to be. The world rushes, but heaven moves by rhythm. The delay is not denial, it's divine pacing. Soon, movement will come again. But for now, let stillness do its work. Let roots grow deep, faith grow quiet, and peace grow loud. The next miracle is already forming beneath your feet. There is a mystery in how God restores. He never simply replaces what was lost. He multiplies what remains. You're beginning to sense that, aren't you? The atmosphere around you feels different. It's as if your spirit knows something your mind hasn't caught up to yet. You're standing in the middle of a quiet acceleration. The same God who allowed stillness is now setting things in motion beneath it. You start to notice small shifts, tiny confirmations that heaven is orchestrating new beginnings. A conversation that feels divinely timed. A closed door that suddenly opens with no explanation. A sense of peace that stays, even when circumstances haven't changed. That's how restoration starts, not with noise, but with divine nudges. God rarely sends trumpets, He sends patterns. For a long time, you thought restoration meant getting back what was taken. But now you understand, God restores by reinvention. He doesn't take you backward, He builds forward. The past cannot return, but its wisdom can. The pain cannot be erased, but it can be transformed into insight. And that transformation is more valuable than any replacement could ever be. You've walked through enough shadow to know this truth. Loss isn't always the enemy. Sometimes it's the midwife of purpose. The things that fell away weren't failures, they were instructions. The breaking was not to punish you, but to reformat your foundation. You were not being torn down, you were being rebuilt in a higher dimension of strength. You can feel it in your posture now. You don't walk like someone trying to prove something anymore. You walk like someone who's already been proven. The old insecurities don't grip as tightly. The same accusations that once pierced you now sound hollow. It's not arrogance, it's awareness. You've discovered your worth in the eyes of the one who never looked away. There's a certain still confidence that comes from knowing you survived what was meant to break you. You've stared into the night long enough to recognize the first light of dawn. The darkness no longer frightens you because you've learned it always ends. That realization has made you unshakable. God is teaching you the art of staying still in motion, how to advance without rushing, how to move without losing balance. You're learning divine pacing, a rhythm where peace leads progress. Every new door that opens now won't drain you. It will fit your pace perfectly. The season of running out of breath is over. You're entering the stride of sustainability. There's a story told in ancient texts about Nehemiah, who rebuilt the walls of Jerusalem after ruin. He didn't start with celebration, he started with strategy. Before laying a single stone, he surveyed the damage in silence. He walked through the rubble at night, studying every broken place. Only then did he begin to rebuild. That's what you've been doing, without realizing it, walking through the ruins of your old life quietly, identifying where the cracks were. You've learned which voices to ignore, which boundaries to enforce, which battles to walk away from. You've learned that not every broken piece needs to be carried forward. Some were meant to stay in the past as memorials of grace. The wisdom you've gained is your new wall, unshakable, fortified, covered by discernment. Heaven speaks clearly through the words in the book of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 7. Instead of your shame, you will receive a double portion, and instead of disgrace, you will rejoice in your inheritance. And so you will inherit a double portion in your land, and everlasting joy will be yours. You can feel the truth of that promise stirring inside you. The shame that once silenced you is losing its grip. The narrative that others wrote about you is being overwritten by heaven's own hand. You no longer have to defend your name. God Himself is your reputation. And with that realization comes freedom. You no longer have to strive for visibility. You simply have to stand in authenticity. When you are true to your design, recognition will come naturally. Light doesn't beg to be seen, it just shines. That's what you've become now, a light that no darkness can bargain with. This phase of your life will not be about proving or persuading, it will be about being. The healed version of you is the loudest sermon you'll ever preach. The calm in your eyes, the gentleness in your tone, the strength in your steps, they will speak of redemption louder than words ever could. But don't be surprised if your peace unsettles people who knew your past. Sometimes calmness looks like rebellion to those who thrive on chaos. Don't apologize for your stillness. Protect it. You paid too high a price for it to be disturbed again. There will be moments ahead when God brings you full circle back to places that once wounded you. Not for pain, but for proof. When that happens, don't shrink. Stand tall. You'll realize the same environment that once threatened to drown you no longer has the power to touch your feet. You've outgrown the waves. Restoration doesn't mean avoiding the old place. It means returning with new power. You'll look around and recognize that what once felt like an ending was really the foundation of your beginning. God has turned your scar into strategy, your delay into depth, your isolation into insight. This is the beauty of divine balance. Nothing wasted, nothing forgotten. Every detour, every disappointment, every why you once cried out has been repurposed into the architecture of your destiny. You may not understand every detail yet, but one day you'll look back and whisper, "Now I see it." End quote. And that whisper will not be bitter, it will be worship. You will thank God not just for the open doors, but for the ones that closed, not just for the people who stayed, but for those who left, not just for the comfort, but for the discomfort that forced you to grow. This is the maturity of a chosen soul, to look at both the mountain and the valley and bless God for both. You understand now that every elevation begins with excavation. Every rise requires a dig. So breathe deeply. Chosen one. The rebuilding is underway. The stones that once crushed you are now being stacked into walls of strength. The same hands that allowed your breaking are now carving your blessing. Walk gently, but confidently. The season ahead doesn't demand effort, it demands awareness. Stay awake to the small signs, the divine alignments, the gentle whispers. Heaven is speaking softly because the volume of victory no longer needs to shout. You've started to sense that something sacred is unfolding around you. Not in the dramatic flashes of old seasons, but in the quiet consistency of grace. You're waking up each day with a strange steadiness. Faith no longer feels like effort. It feels like oxygen. You've entered the rhythm of restoration, where the extraordinary hides inside the ordinary. Every part of you that was once fragmented is now being drawn together. There's order where there used to be chaos, clarity where confusion once lived. Heaven has not only rebuilt your life, it's restructured your perception. You don't just see events anymore, you see patterns, meaning, divine choreography. The same moments that once felt random now reveal purpose when viewed from this side of healing. You are walking proof that redemption doesn't always come in lightning. Sometimes it arrives as light rain that quietly nourishes what was planted in tears. You don't need to force growth. It's happening under your feet. Every step you take presses seeds of faith deeper into the soil of time. There's a new gentleness to your soul now. You've learned that strength doesn't have to roar. It can whisper. You've learned that defending your peace is not arrogance, it's stewardship. You've learned that boundaries are not walls, they are gates that decide what has permission to enter your spirit. And perhaps most importantly, you've learned that forgiveness isn't something you give when others deserve it. It's something you release when your heart is ready to breathe again. You're not carrying the weight of what they said anymore. The echoes of old pain no longer shape your choices. That's how you know you've been healed. You remember without reliving. There's a story of a man named Job who lost everything only to gain double. But his real restoration wasn't the wealth that returned. It was his ability to bless again, to love again, to hope again. You're walking through that same chapter. Your abundance is not just in possessions, but in perspective. You no longer measure blessings by what you have, but by what you can give without losing peace. According to what is revealed in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, for having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life promised by the Lord to those who love him." You have stood the test, and heaven calls you blessed, not because of what you gained, but because of what you refused to lose: faith, love, and endurance. It's almost poetic how divine justice works. What was once stolen comes back in multiplied form. But the true miracle is what happens within you during the waiting. You become stable, wise, compassionate, a living monument of God's faithfulness. Your new assignment now is not to fight, but to shine, to carry your calm like a torch in a restless world. People will feel it without you saying a word. Some will ask how you survived. Others will just stay close to the peace you radiate. That's how light evangelizes. It doesn't convince, it transforms. But even as you stand in this calm, the Spirit reminds you, don't forget the sound of gratitude. Gratitude keeps blessings flowing. It is the echo that keeps heaven's rhythm alive. When you remember what God has done, the next miracle comes easier. So take a breath and look around you. This stillness you feel, it's not empty, it's full. It's the pause before the unveiling of the next chapter. Every cell in your being can sense it. God is about to show you why the waiting was so long. The doors that open now will fit your maturity. No more forced connections. No more premature opportunities. What's ahead will meet you at the level of your preparation. Heaven never sends promises that your spirit can't sustain. In this moment of recognition, something holy rises inside you, a gratitude too deep for words. You think of every tear, every rejection, every lonely night that led you here. You realize none of it was wasted. Every step, every scar, every silent prayer became a building block for this peace you now live in. If someone asked, what changed you? You wouldn't know where to start. Because the truth is, it wasn't one event, It was everything. Every heartbreak, every miracle, every pause, every breakthrough stitched together into this sacred wholeness. That's how God writes redemption stories, slowly, beautifully, thoroughly. And as this section of your story closes, let there be one small act of acknowledgement. Let your heart speak in agreement with heaven's timing. Type below, "I am ready." No, just 3 words, but they carry weight. When you write them, you're not rushing what's next. You're simply aligning with it. You're saying, "I have learned. I have healed. I have waited, and now I am prepared to receive without fear." Each "I am ready" in the comments becomes a seed of declaration. It's more than text, it's testimony. It tells heaven that the lesson took root, that you didn't just survive, you transformed. You've walked through the valley, stood in the silence, and now stand at the edge of promise. What waits ahead is not uncertain, it's divine continuation. You've been tested, tempered, and trusted. Now, heaven's next chapter begins. You are ready. The storms you faced have finally fallen silent. And what remains is clarity, a calm, unlike any you've known before. You've walked through shadow. You've wrestled through silence. And you've stood in the middle of uncertainty with nothing but faith in your hands. Yet here you are, still standing, still glowing, still breathing proof that grace has never failed you. This quiet you feel, now it's not emptiness. It's evidence. It's the sound of heaven having finished what it started. And as you stand in that peace, something inside you whispers, "Don't keep this to yourself," because light, by its nature, was never meant to stay hidden. It was meant to travel. Every word you've read here, every whisper that has strengthened you, isn't just for you, it's a seed. And when you share that seed, it takes root somewhere else. That's how divine multiplication works. Hope doesn't stay still. It grows every time it's given away. So as you breathe, as you reflect, as you feel gratitude rise from the depth of your chest, know this: your small actions matter. They ripple outward in ways you may never see, but heaven always counts. The Word of God declares in the 2nd book of Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 7, "Each of you should give what you have decided in your heart to give, not reluctantly or by compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver." That scripture is not just about money, it's about the heart. It's about everything you release freely, from love to kindness, from time to generosity. It's about what happens when the act of giving is driven by gratitude, not guilt. If this message has found you in a moment of stillness, if these words have echoed in your soul and brought peace to places that were once restless, then you already know what divine alignment feels like. It's that soft nudge that says, "You're part of this story too." Now, when you like, share, or comment, you're not just reacting, you're releasing light. Every interaction becomes a spark, traveling further than you can imagine. Think of it like placing a candle in a window at night. You may never know who sees it from afar, but for someone lost in the dark, it could mean direction. When you subscribe, you're building connection. You're saying, "I want to stay where faith breathes." Each subscription becomes another strand in this web of light, binding hearts together across distance and time. You're helping create a living community of souls, learning to rise together. One word, one message, one act at a time. And yes, for those who feel that deeper, pull the one that feels like warmth beneath the ribs. You can donate, not as a rule, not as a requirement, but as an offering from one light bearer to another. Think of it as pouring oil into a lamp that has comforted you. The lamp doesn't demand, it just waits quietly, glowing. And when you add your drop of oil, the flame burns longer, brighter, reaching more wandering hearts. Your gift, however small, becomes a story of its own. It says, "Let this message keep moving." It becomes the wind that carries hope to another soul who doesn't even know this page exists yet, but will one day stumble upon it in their moment of need. There's no pressure here, only invitation. The invitation to give as your heart feels led, whether that's through support, through prayer, through kindness, or simply through staying connected. It all matters. Heaven sees every ripple. Imagine this entire space as a garden. The messages are seeds, the encouragement is sunlight, and every act of generosity, whether a like, a share, or a donation, is a drop of water. Each small contribution keeps the soil alive. And one day, someone wandering through their own desert will find shade in the trees you helped plant. That's how spiritual ecosystems work. Nothing you give is ever lost. It circles back, multiplied in meaning. The peace that found you returns to you, often in ways you don't expect, through new strength, through divine encounters, through a sudden calm on a difficult day. When you share this message, you're not promoting a page, you're planting hope. When you donate, you're not funding a project, you're fueling purpose. When you subscribe, you're not joining a platform, you're stepping into fellowship. And when you comment, even a single line like, "I received this," or "This spoke to me," you're leaving a trail of light for someone else to follow. They may scroll past 1,000 posts, but your few words could stop them in their tracks, the way grace once stopped you. All of this, every like, every share, every donation, is voluntary. It's never demanded, never measured, never required. It's simply welcomed, because generosity that's real can only come from freedom. You don't owe anything to this space. You owe everything to the light that found you and now flows through you. That's what giving really is, letting what once healed you become healing for someone else. So let your heart decide. Like this message, if it soothed something deep within you, share it if you believe someone else needs peace tonight. Subscribe if you want to stay close to the rhythm of these words, so heaven's whispers can keep meeting you. And if your spirit feels that soft, quiet, yes, donate as an act of gratitude, as a continuation of light. You've already given your time, your attention, your openness, and that, too, is offering. This isn't about obligation, it's about overflow. It's about letting the blessing travel, because somewhere, right now, another soul is waiting in the same silence you once knew. Maybe your ripple will be the one that reaches them. Light continues when love moves, and love moves when gratitude breathes. There are seasons when God's presence becomes so near that words can no longer describe it. You begin to sense Him in the smallest things, the hum of morning light, the rhythm of your own breathing, the way time seems to slow when you pause to pray. These are not coincidences, they are confirmations. The silence that once terrified you has turned into sacred conversation. You've crossed from desperation into communion. The battles that once consumed you now feel smaller, not because life has grown easier, but because your spirit has grown larger. The same situations that would have shattered you before can no longer reach the depth where your peace lives. You've discovered a truth that only the refined can understand. Peace is not found in perfect conditions, it's found in perfect trust. You remember how every part of your journey seemed disconnected, loss here, confusion there, a breakthrough followed by delay. Yet now, looking back, you can trace God's fingerprints across every step. What felt like a maze was actually a map, guiding you into maturity. You see it clearly. God was never punishing you. He was preparing you for weight, spiritual, emotional, and divine weight. The preparation has changed your priorities. You no longer crave validation or applause. You crave alignment. You've learned that being in the will of God is better than being in the spotlight of man. You've learned that sometimes the most anointed thing you can do is rest, and the holiest thing you can say is nothing. You have entered what some call the anointing of stillness. It's when you carry the same authority you once fought to prove, but now you wear it like a quiet crown. You no longer react to everything around you. Instead, you respond from the calm within. The storm may still circle, but you've become the eye of it. This is what divine maturity looks like, when peace no longer depends on circumstances, when love no longer depends on agreement, and when joy no longer depends on outcomes. You've discovered the kingdom within the place Jesus spoke of, where heaven touches earth through the heart of a believer. The Word of God declares in the Gospel of John, chapter 15, verse 5, "I am the vine, you are the branches. If you remain in me, and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing." End. You finally understand what that means, not as theology, but as experience. You've stopped striving to make fruit appear, because you've learned that fruit comes naturally when connection is real. You're not performing for approval anymore. You're abiding for purpose. Your roots have gone deep into trust. And from that soil, everything flows effortlessly. You used to pray for signs. Now you pray for steadiness. You used to chase clarity. Now you rest in confidence. You used to seek direction. Now you walk, knowing that God orders each step. The difference is subtle but profound. Faith has moved from your lips to your lifestyle. There's a deep reverence that comes with this phase of your journey. You no longer treat the presence of God as a moment. You treat it as the atmosphere you breathe. You don't wait for Sundays to feel Him. You recognize Him in Monday's monotony, in quiet evenings, in laughter shared, in stillness kept. The sacred has entered the simple. It's strange how peace feels like weight sometimes. There's gravity in it, an awareness that your actions now carry more meaning. People around you sense it. Some are drawn to it, others are convicted by it. That's the price of transformation. Your calm confronts their chaos. Yet you no longer dim your light to make others comfortable. You've realized that shrinking never saved anyone. Shining does. There will be days ahead when the old wounds try to whisper again, when memories test your heart to see if forgiveness still lives there. Don't fear those moments. Healing is not the absence of memory, it's the transformation of meaning. You will remember, but differently. What once triggered pain will now trigger gratitude. You'll look at those same memories and say, "Even this worked for my good." And this level of peace is not passive, it's powerful. It doesn't ignore reality, It redefines it. You've become an ambassador of stillness in a frantic world, a living sermon without needing a stage. Your life itself is worship now, not the kind with loud instruments, but the kind that whispers through your integrity, your consistency, your quiet compassion. God has been cultivating something rare inside you, spiritual authority anchored in gentleness, the kind of presence that doesn't need to demand attention, but draws it naturally, the kind that shifts rooms, not through volume, but through vibration, and soon, that authority will begin to influence others, not through your words, but through your way. People will ask, "How did you stay peaceful when everything fell apart?" And you'll smile, not with pride, but with knowing. Because peace wasn't found in escape, it was found in surrender. Don't underestimate this season. It may feel uneventful, but it's essential. The invisible growth happening now will support visible influence later. You are being trained to carry greater assignments without losing inner balance. The silence you're learning to master today will protect you from the noise of tomorrow. There's a kind of beauty that only consistency produces. It's not glamorous, but it's eternal. Heaven values faithfulness more than fame, endurance more than excitement. And that's what's forming in you, a steadfast heart that cannot be swayed by applause or absence. As you walk forward, keep this awareness close. God has not just changed your situation, He has changed your capacity. You are no longer walking as the one who needs saving. You're walking as one who carries salvation's echo. Every step you take now ripples outward. Every choice you make carries legacy. This is what it means to be chosen, not merely favored, but formed. The process has purified your motives, refined your heart, and clarified your mission. You no longer chase blessings, you embody them. You are the answered prayer of someone still crying in the dark. The same peace that once felt distant now lives in you. You've become its dwelling place. That is the ultimate restoration, when the thing you longed for no longer surrounds you, but flows through you. There's a sacred rhythm to God's timing, an unseen pulse that moves everything into place at the exact moment it's meant to happen. You can't rush it, and you can't delay it. When the appointed time arrives, even closed doors begin to tremble. You are stepping into one of those divine moments now, the space where promises start turning into reality. The air feels charged, doesn't it? It's subtle, like the quiet electricity in the air before rain. You can sense that heaven has been waiting for this moment as much as you have. The waiting was long, but it wasn't empty. It was preparation disguised as delay. The things you prayed for are no longer distant. They're aligning quietly, invisibly, faithfully. You've been faithful in hidden places, and heaven has taken note. Every time you chose obedience over opinion, every time you forgave instead of retaliating, every time you worshipped with tears instead of complaints, heaven wrote it down. Not one act of quiet faithfulness has been forgotten. Now, the reward of that endurance is unfolding. You're entering the moment when effort meets evidence. The season when what you carried privately will manifest publicly. What once was just seed in the soil is about to bloom for all to see. Not because you demanded it, but because you endured for it. It's interesting how God reveals breakthrough. It rarely comes with loud announcements. Often, it begins with small signs, a conversation that feels too perfect to be coincidence, a door that opens where there used to be only walls, a feeling that says, something's about to shift. That's how heaven moves subtly, powerfully, intentionally, and you can feel it. This isn't just another chapter, it's a divine turning point. The same places that once rejected you will soon make room for you. The same people who overlooked you will remember your name. God is not restoring you to where you were, He's positioning you beyond where you thought you'd be. This is the fulfillment of a long-held promise. The weight of waiting is lifting. The vision that once seemed blurry is coming into focus. You are about to see how everything you endured was actually pushing you toward alignment. Every no you faced was making room for a better yes. There's a scripture that resonates with this season, a reminder that what God begins, He always completes. Heaven speaks through the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3. For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. You've lived that verse without even realizing it. You've walked through the linger, but now you are stepping into the certainly come. The appointed time is no longer on the horizon, it's here. But with new seasons comes new sensitivity. God is teaching you to recognize divine timing so you don't miss what's unfolding. When His movement begins, it requires awareness. Don't rush ahead or lag behind, just flow. The same Spirit that carried you through waiting will now guide you into winning. Remember how seeds grow. They don't shout when they sprout. They push through the dirt quietly, persistently, until one morning they meet the sun. That's what's happening in your life right now. You've been underground, unseen, but now light has found you. And when light meets faith, growth becomes unstoppable. Still, even in this moment of fulfillment, God reminds you to stay anchored. The miracle isn't just in what you receive, it's in who you become while receiving it. Don't let excitement pull you out of alignment. Keep your heart soft, your motives pure, your gratitude loud. And as a prophetic act, a symbol of your recognition of divine timing, Heaven invites you to mark this moment with a number of completion and new beginning. Type 777 in the comments. Why 777? Because the number 7 carries the meaning of divine perfection and spiritual wholeness. 777s represent heaven's seal of completion. It is God's way of saying, "The work I began in you is finished, and what comes next is overflow." End of. Picture it this way. Each 7 stands for a stage of your journey. The first 7 represents the completion of struggle, the tears, the sleepless nights, the confusion they've served their purpose. The second 7 represents the perfection of your faith. What was once fragile has become firm. Your roots are deep and steady. The third 7 represents the beginning of divine rest. The striving is over. You will now move with ease, not effort. When you type 777, you're not sending numbers into a void. You're aligning yourself with heaven's rhythm. You're declaring, "I receive the fullness of what was promised. I'm ready for the completed work to reveal itself." And pause before you write it. Feel it. Let those digits carry your gratitude. Each 7 echoes like a bell in the spirit realm, announcing that your preparation has met its purpose. This isn't superstition, it's a sacred signature, a personal amen to what heaven is already confirming. The air around you may not look different yet, but something has already shifted. The door that once refused to move has unlocked, The opportunity you thought was gone is circling back. What was stagnant is stirring again. You can sense it, the hum of fulfillment, the quiet drumbeat of destiny rising beneath your feet. You are living proof that patience is power. You've learned that waiting with faith is not wasting time, it's investing it. And now, the harvest is ready. When the testimony unfolds, remember to stay humble. This isn't just your victory, it's heaven's vindication. God is using your story to remind others that delay is not denial, and that what He promises, He performs. Stand tall in this new chapter, but stay low in gratitude. The higher God lifts you, the deeper your humility must grow. Let your success sing worship, not pride. Let your blessings become bridges for others. Your waiting has birthed wisdom. Your obedience has birthed overflow. And now, heaven whispers the same words that have echoed since creation. It is finished. End. Type 777 as your agreement, and then rest. The appointed time has arrived. There are moments when silence is not emptiness, but evidence that God is doing something too deep to be announced. You're in one of those moments now. It feels calm on the surface. But within that calm, heaven is building the next structure of your purpose. This is the pause between planting and harvest. The breath before a song begins again. You've entered the stage where faith no longer shouts, it breathes. You don't need constant reassurance, because your roots have learned to drink from unseen rivers. This is what spiritual maturity looks like, not a life without questions, but a life that trusts through them. You've realized that clarity is not always a sign of closeness. Sometimes trust is. You've grown more than you think. Once, you measured progress by speed, how fast you could move, how soon you could see results. But now you understand that real growth is measured by depth. The deeper your peace, the stronger your discernment, the keener your confidence. The more you've matured, and the quiet strength you carry now, it's holy. You don't have to prove who you are anymore. You've stopped defending your worth because you know it was never up for debate. You've stopped chasing people who can't recognize your light because you've finally learned that not every eye can handle brilliance. God has been refining your focus. He's teaching you to see the difference between noise and instruction, between distraction and direction. Not every opportunity is a calling. Not every open door leads to destiny. You've learned to pause and ask, is this good? Or is this God? And that single question has saved you from so many counterfeit paths. The older version of you would have mistaken attention for purpose, but not anymore. You now know that applause fades, but assignment remains. You were not created to be popular. You were created to be purposeful. And purpose often walks the quieter roads, the ones without spotlights, but heavy with divine footprints. There's a new level of awareness in you. You've started to notice how peace feels when it's genuine. It doesn't demand space. It fills it. It doesn't rush. It flows. And now that you've experienced that kind of peace, anything else feels foreign. That's how you know you've been transformed. You've lost your appetite for what once entertained your pain. The ancient words recorded in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10. Declare, be still, and know that I am God. You've read that verse before, but now you understand it. Stillness isn't passivity, it's posture. It's the stance of someone who has learned that God moves better when they stop forcing things. It's not surrender from weakness, it's surrender from wisdom. You've become skilled in the sacred art of waiting without worry. You've learned to let patience mature instead of letting pressure rush you. That shift in your spirit has changed everything. Because when you move in divine timing, even a small step carries supernatural weight. Think about the potter shaping clay. Every spin of the wheel feels repetitive. Yet with each turn, the vessel gains form. That's your life right now. The days may look similar, but the details are shifting. You are being refined into precision. Heaven doesn't build rushed vessels for heavy oil. God has been perfecting your endurance so that what He pours into you will not leak when the weight of calling arrives. This is the unseen construction zone of destiny. Heaven's scaffolding surrounds your soul, fortifying your patience, strengthening your humility, teaching you the rhythm of quiet obedience. These internal renovations are not delays, they are designs. And though you can't see every layer, you can feel the difference. Your emotions recover faster, your discernment speaks clearly, your boundaries hold firmer. You no longer react, you respond. That's not personality change, it's spiritual engineering. God is preparing you to carry influence with grace. The spotlight is heavier than people think. And the higher the mountain, the stronger the wind. You're being conditioned for both. He's teaching you balance before the blessing, so that when the visibility increases, your roots keep you grounded. Do you notice how much more peaceful your prayers have become? You don't plead the same way you used to. You talk to God as friend to friend. Now, the desperation has turned into dialogue. That's what happens when trust matures. It stops begging for outcomes and starts resting in relationship. And in that relationship, God begins to share secrets. Revelation is His reward for intimacy. You'll start sensing things before they happen, feeling guidance before words even form. It's not mystery, it's proximity. The closer you draw to Him, the more fluently you understand His silence. This is the hidden phase between fulfillment and new assignment. You are being taught not just how to receive blessing, but how to steward it, because maintaining peace after breakthrough requires more discipline than finding it before. So, breathe deeply. Don't rush the unfolding. The quiet season you're in isn't wasted time, it's sacred timing. You are being calibrated spirit, mind, and soul, so that when the next instruction comes, you can move with both certainty and gentleness. There will be another rise, another mission, another expansion, but it will come to a you that's unrecognizable to the old version. The one who panicked at silence will now find comfort in it. The one who sought signs will now create them through obedience. You are not waiting anymore. You are becoming the evidence that patience births promise, that endurance shapes excellence, that stillness holds strength. God isn't distant in this season. He's dwelling, not in thunder, but in whisper, not in the crowd, but in the quiet chamber of your spirit. Listen closely. The next instruction is being written softly on your heart. There's a certain fragrance to peace when it finally settles. It isn't loud or demanding, it simply fills the space it's given. You wake up and realize that anxiety doesn't visit as often. The noise that used to flood your thoughts now sounds distant, almost foreign. That's what healing feels like when it finishes its quiet work. A soft return to clarity. The world still spins at its same hurried pace, but you no longer move by its rhythm. You've learned that God's tempo is different, steady, sure, deliberate. Every step He allows has purpose. You no longer pray for speed, you pray for precision. You've come to understand that walking with God isn't about getting there first, but about getting there whole. The grace that once carried you through storms now carries you through stability. It's a different kind of faith, the kind that no longer needs rescue, only relationship. You're not chasing miracles anymore, you're walking with the miracle maker himself. And that walk has become your rhythm, your anchor, your steady place in an unsteady world. Your eyes have changed too. You see things differently now. Where you once saw chaos, you now see process. Where you once saw betrayal, you now see redirection. You've stopped asking, "Why me?" and started asking, "What's next?" That shift alone is proof of transformation. This is the stage of sacred hindsight, where the past finally makes sense. You can trace God's fingerprints over every season, every heartbreak that redirected you, every delay that preserved you, every no that became your protection. What once felt cruel now feels kind. What once seemed random now reveals orchestration. Heaven was never improvising, it was composing. You're beginning to realize that some of the greatest blessings are disguised as detours. The paths that made no sense are now your greatest testimonies. The people who walked away gave you space to grow. The moments that broke your heart broke open your understanding. And the beauty of it all is this: nothing was wasted. Every piece, every pause, every prayer has been gathered and repurposed. The tapestry is coming together, threads of pain woven with threads of purpose, darkness threaded with light. You can finally see the pattern emerging, and it's breathtaking. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 8, "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God." You understand that now. Purity of heart isn't about perfection, it's about perception. It's seeing God in everything, especially in what once confused you. It's recognizing His presence not just in miracles, but in the mundane. In the quiet mornings and ordinary days that used to feel small. That's the gift maturity gives. Sight. You've grown into someone who doesn't need proof to believe anymore. Your faith has become intuitive. Like breathing. You trust that even when you can't trace the planner is faithful. That kind of trust is rare. It's forged only through experience, and experience has done its work in you. The old fears no longer have authority here. Doubt still knocks occasionally, but it finds no room to stay. You've built a sanctuary inside yourself, a temple of stillness where worry can't worship. The same heart that once trembled now hosts peace as a permanent resident. This is what spiritual maturity feels like. It's not the absence of storms, it's the ability to sleep through them. It's not avoiding pain, it's transforming through it. You've learned that peace is not found in control, it's found in surrender. And that surrender has made you stronger than you've ever been. There's a depth to you now that words can't fully describe. You no longer speak from theory, you speak from testimony. Every sentence you share carries the weight of endurance. Every smile, the memory of tears. You've been shaped by mercy into someone both tender and unbreakable. Even your presence has changed. People notice it before you say a word. They sense calm around you, like a still lake reflecting sunlight. That's what happens when God finishes a work. He leaves His reflection on His creation. You've become a mirror of grace. The road ahead may still curve, but you walk it differently now. No longer anxious, no longer hurried. You move like someone who knows the destination is secure. You've learned that the point was never just to arrive, but to evolve along the way. So breathe. Let this peace settle deep within you. The noise of yesterday no longer defines you. You've become fluent in stillness, fluent in faith, fluent in grace. And when you look ahead, don't be afraid of the unknown. You've already walked through darkness and found light waiting there. The future isn't something to fear, it's just another space for God to reveal himself again. The journey that once felt heavy now feels sacred. Every step you take carries cured purpose. You no longer chase what's gone, you bless it and move forward. The horizon no longer intimidates you, it invites you, because now you trust the one who paints it. Peace walks beside you, like an old friend. It doesn't ask questions or demand attention, it simply stays. You've become so familiar with grace that it feels like home, and in that home, fear has no room to return. Tomorrow doesn't scare you anymore. You've seen too much faithfulness to doubt again. Whatever comes next, you already know God will be there first. You can feel it now. The weight has lifted, and the air around you is clear. The storms have passed, and the lessons have taken root. What was once confusion has become wisdom. What was once pain has become perspective. You've been walking through a long night, but dawn is not just approaching, it's already here, brushing light across the edges of your story. And in this light, you start to notice something beautiful. Peace isn't passive, it's powerful. It has the strength to rebuild, to reconnect, to restore what seemed beyond repair. That's what's happening in you right now. Restoration doesn't always look like a miracle. It often looks like consistency, compassion, and courage quietly returning to your spirit. You are living proof that God still writes redemption stories, and every story he writes deserves to be told. Maybe that's why this message found you today, not to remind you of the pain, but to remind you of the purpose behind it. Because what God does in you isn't meant to stop with you. It's meant to flow outward, touching lives that still stand where you once stood. The world is full of people silently fighting their own storms, people who need to hear that there's hope after heartbreak, light after loss, and calm after chaos. When you share what has strengthened you, you give them a glimpse of that light. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 11, verse 25, a generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed. Those words are the heartbeat of this space. Generosity isn't only about money, it's about energy, kindness, attention, and love that circulate like breath. When you pour light into someone else, heaven breathes it back into you. That's why your smallest actions here carry weight. Every time you like or share this message, it travels farther like a ripple across calm water, reaching unseen shores. Someone you'll never meet might read your ripple and remember hope again. When you subscribe, it's not just clicking a button, it's lighting another lamp in this growing circle of torches. Each new flame strengthens the glow. You're saying, I want to keep walking in the light and help others find it too. And yes, your comment matters. Sometimes a single line, just a few honest words, can become the rope that pulls someone out of despair. You don't need to write much. Simply share what the message stirred in you. You never know who might be waiting to see it and whisper, "That was for me." And now, about giving, let's speak gently and truthfully. These words, these messages, these moments of reflection are crafted with prayer, time, and care. They don't exist to take from you, they exist to pour into you. But light needs oil to keep burning. If you ever feel led, you may donate, not out of pressure, but as a free act of gratitude. Imagine placing a small jar of oil beside a lantern in a long night. The flame doesn't belong to one person, it belongs to everyone who adds their drop. Each gift, large or small, says, keep the fire alive for the next soul still searching in the dark. Now, there's no demand here, only invitation. Give if your heart stirs, pray if that's your gift, share if that's your strength. Heaven counts every form of generosity as worship. Think of this community as a garden. Your likes are rays of sun. Your comments are drops of rain. Your shares are winds carrying seeds to distant fields. And your donations are the rich soil that helps everything grow. Together, we create a field of light where weary hearts can rest. If this message has spoken to you, if you felt warmth, return to the places that once went cold, then you are already part of this mission. You don't owe anything. You simply belong to the flow of grace that moves freely here. So, let your heart decide. Like if you felt peace. Share if you believe someone else needs it. Comment what it awakened in you. Subscribe if you want to stay close to this journey. And donate only if your spirit quietly says, yes. No, each act is a whisper of faith. Another spark in the night. Together, they form a constellation of hope, light scattered across the darkness, drawing lost eyes toward heaven again. You are part of that constellation now. The light didn't find you by accident. It found you because you were meant to keep it alive. You've come so far from where you started. Every valley you crossed has become a verse of strength. Every tear has turned into testimony. You no longer walk as someone uncertain. You walk as someone anchored. The peace within you now is not fragile. It's rooted. You've seen storms and survived their sound. You've watched light return after every darkness. And that memory has made you fearless. Keep walking in that grace. Keep carrying that quiet fire. Let your daily life become the echo of all you've learned. The calm voice in chaos. The gentle strength in noise. And remember, this is not the end of your story. It's the moment the story begins to shine through you. There comes a point in every chosen one's journey where peace stops being an emotion and becomes a perspective. It's not something that visits, it's something that stays. You've reached that point now. The battles that once drained you no longer define you. The lessons that once hurt you now guide you. You've stepped into a maturity that doesn't need to announce itself. It simply exists. When you wake up now, you don't carry the heaviness of yesterday. You breathe easier, think clearer, move slower, but with more purpose. You've realized that you no longer need to chase what belongs to you. Destiny doesn't demand exhaustion, it responds to alignment. What is yours by divine design will always find its way back to you, in perfect time and shape. The waiting season taught you that God's pace is deliberate. What felt like delay was actually choreography. He was arranging people, timing, and opportunities like pieces on a chessboard. And now, as you move forward, you carry that awareness everywhere. You don't panic when things pause. You've learned that divine timing can't be rushed or resisted. You've also learned something sacred about loss. It's not always subtraction. Sometimes God removes what's comfortable so He can return what's correct. You had to let go of some things that felt good to make space for what's God. Every closed door was not rejection. It was redirection in disguise. You didn't lose, you were led. The new clarity in your spirit has brought quiet confidence. You no longer need to prove who you are to anyone. You've accepted that your identity isn't tied to who accepts you, but to who created you. You were chosen long before anyone recognized your worth. The validation of man could never add to or subtract from that truth. Your faith has changed form. 2. It's less emotional now and more established. You don't chase signs anymore, you carry them. You've realized that the presence of peace is proof enough that God is near. You don't need dramatic confirmations. You simply trust the consistency of His character. That's what it means to walk with God instead of running after Him. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 7. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Those words echo perfectly over your life right now. You fought not just against external battles, but internal ones, the wars of self-doubt, fear, guilt, and delay. And somehow, through it all, your faith didn't just survive, it deepened. That's victory in its purest form. The journey hasn't been easy, but you've learned the rhythm of resilience. You've seen how God uses even silence as strategy. When you thought He was distant, He was developing you. When you felt forgotten, you were actually being fortified. The hidden seasons didn't hinder you, they healed you. Now, the fruits of that healing are becoming visible. The calm in your eyes, the steadiness in your voice, the compassion in your responses, they all testify of unseen battles won. You are living proof that miracles don't always look like fireworks. Sometimes they look like peace that refuses to leave. There's a quiet authority that rests on you now. You no longer force doors to open. They recognize the key you carry. You've stopped explaining yourself. Because purpose doesn't require permission, it requires presence. You've become the embodiment of divine steadiness in a world that craves attention but lacks depth. And in that steadiness, something new is being birthed. God is entrusting you with influence, not the kind measured in numbers, but in impact. The way you love, forgive, and walk in grace will become a silent sermon to those watching. Without saying much, your life will whisper, God is real, and peace is possible. People will be drawn to your calm. They won't always know why, but they'll feel the safety in your energy. You carry an atmosphere that heals because it's been through the same fire that purified it. Don't underestimate the power of that. Light doesn't need to argue with darkness, it simply shines. The Spirit will begin to nudge you to use what you've learned, not through grand gestures, but through small moments, an encouraging word here, a listening ear there. You've been prepared to minister through presence. Some will call it kindness, heaven calls it obedience. And as you keep walking, you'll notice how peace begins to multiply. It spreads through your words, your decisions, even your pauses. It's contagious in the best way. The more you carry it, the more it flows outward, touching hearts that didn't even know they were hungry for it. This is what divine fulfillment feels like, not the end of the story, but the steady rhythm of purpose lived daily. The extraordinary now hides within the ordinary, in the way you greet the day, the way you treat others, the way you forgive quickly and love fully. Every day now feels less like survival and more like stewardship. You understand that your life is no longer about climbing, It's about cultivating. You're tending the garden God entrusted to you, watering relationships, nurturing faith, pruning distractions. And in that process, joy grows naturally, not forcefully. You're not afraid of quiet seasons anymore. You welcome them, knowing that's where God whispers the loudest. The silence that once made you anxious now feels like home. That's transformation, the shift from needing noise to recognizing stillness as sacred. So, keep walking in that serenity. The storm is behind you, and the sea is calm again. The same waves that once threatened to drown you are now carrying you forward. You're not the same soul who entered the valley, you're the one who found light there. This is what victory looks like after refinement. Not loud, not showy, but unshakably peaceful. Sometimes, when peace finally becomes your companion, life begins to move differently. It's not that everything suddenly becomes easy, it's that you see everything through a new lens. The same situations that once frightened you now appear as opportunities to apply what you've learned. This is the wisdom born of endurance, not that you escape challenges, but that you face them from a higher place. You've noticed it, haven't you? The way small things don't shake you anymore. The way criticism no longer cuts as deeply. You've become anchored, not by pride, but by perspective. You understand now that storms only test what isn't rooted. And you, after all you've survived, are rooted deeper than you realize. There's a grace about your presence that even you may not see. It's in the way you pause before responding, in the calm that fills a room when you speak. You've become a carrier of peace, an atmosphere of restoration. What you once begged God to give you, you now give to others simply by being. That's the quiet reward of a refined soul. You no longer need to announce healing, your energy reveals it. The same heart that once bled in silence now beats with steady gratitude. You've walked through enough fire to understand that the flames were not meant to destroy you, but to illuminate what could not burn away. You've become light in its purest form, soft but steady, humble but holy. And that light doesn't come from effort, it comes from essence. It's the residue of intimacy with God, the glow of someone who has sat long enough in His presence to carry it outward. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 17, verse 7. But blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, whose confidence is in Him. End of 20. That verse rests on your life now. Trust is no longer a struggle. It's your second nature. You trust the timing, the process, the silence, even the unanswered prayers. You trust that if God withholds, it's because He's still shaping. You've stopped seeing delays as detours and started seeing them as divine designs. The beauty of this season is its simplicity. You've shed so many layers of noise that now you can finally hear the whisper beneath the world's clamor. You can distinguish between what calls your name and what simply makes noise. That discernment is rare and costly. It's born from the kind of stillness that only surrender can buy. Your soul has become lighter too. The bitterness that once lingered has dissolved. Forgiveness has done its full work. You no longer look backward with resentment, but with reverence. You can say, "Thank you, Lord," even for the chapters that hurt, because you now see what they were forming in you. That's how you know you've healed, not when the memory fades, but when it no longer dictates your reactions. The same words that once broke you can pass by now without drawing blood. Your heart has grown calloused in all the right places and tender in all the others. You're learning the delicate art of resting in progress. You no longer demand perfection from yourself or others. You've realized that growth is messy and beautiful all at once. God never asked you to be flawless, only faithful. And faithfulness, you've discovered, is simply showing up each day with an open heart. Even when it trembles, your relationship with God feels different too. It's quieter, but deeper. There's less talking and more listening. Fewer requests and more gratitude. You no longer treat prayer as a transaction. It's become a rhythm of friendship. You talk to Him as you breathe in pauses, in passing thoughts, in unspoken smiles, and in return, you sense His nearness in ways you can't explain. It's in the timing of encounters, in the verses that find you at the right moment, in the way peace arrives without reason. The supernatural has become natural to you because you live aware of it. You no longer separate the sacred from the ordinary. You've found God in both. It's a strange, gentle power to walk with this kind of calm when the world around you still rushes. People will notice. Some will be drawn to it. Others might resist it. But your task isn't to convince anyone. Your task is to continue living as evidence that faith can outlast fear. You are a quiet revolution in motion. You are what endurance looks like after grace has done its full work. And that work isn't ending, it's expanding. God will soon use what He built in private for impact in public. The peace you cultivated will become a tool, a message, a mirror for others to find themselves again. But even then, you will remember this stillness. It will remain your home. Because what God taught you here, how to breathe when surrounded by uncertainty, how to wait without panic, how to love without expecting, will become the blueprint for every future victory. You don't fear the unknown anymore. You've learned to walk into it with faith instead of forecasts. You don't need guarantees. You have guidance. You don't need full plans. You have presence. And perhaps that's the greatest miracle of all. Not that life has become perfect, but that your peace no longer depends on it. You've outgrown panic. You've outlasted doubt. You've arrived at a sacred calm that cannot be shaken because it was forged in fire and watered with grace. This is what maturity in the Spirit feels like, not loud, not rushed, but holy in its quiet steadiness. You don't need to do anything extravagant to prove your faith. Your calm is proof enough. So walk gently through this next stretch. You are carrying more than peace. You are carrying presence. You are not just living a testimony. You are becoming one. There is a quiet sound in the Spirit that only those who have endured can hear. It's the hum of new beginnings, soft, steady, certain. You can feel it, can't you? Something in your soul knows that the old chapter is complete. What once drained you now feels distant, almost irrelevant. What once consumed your energy no longer holds your attention. This is what divine closure feels like. You've walked through valleys, through shadows, through seasons of silence. And now, as you stand on the other side, you realize something powerful. God never left. Even in the nights you thought you were alone, His presence was holding you together. Every unanswered prayer, every tear, every pause, it all had purpose. Heaven was never late. It was precise. This season is not about recovery anymore. It's about readiness. The waiting built wisdom. And now wisdom is unlocking doors that effort never could. You're stepping into a space of acceleration, not through striving, but through surrender. You're not pushing anymore. You're flowing. You've stopped asking when and started saying, whatever, you will. That's how divine timing begins, when your surrender outweighs your schedule. The shift around you may not be visible yet, but it's happening. The atmosphere is changing because you've changed. The same light that once flickered in fear now burns with quiet confidence. You are no longer reacting to life. You are responding from revelation. You move differently because you know now that everything truly works together for good. God has not just healed you, He has handed you authority. The authority of understanding, of resilience, of discernment. You can sense what's wrong without explanation, and you can feel when heaven is near without proof. That's what happens when you live through refining fire. You come out carrying flame. The Word of God declares in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." Those words are not just ancient, they are active. They live inside you now. Courage is no longer something you borrow, it's something you carry. You've fought enough battles to understand that fear doesn't mean the absence of faith. It's just an opportunity for faith to speak louder. And faith is speaking. It's whispering through your spirit. Keep going. You were born for this. Oh, there's an undeniable momentum rising within you. It's the kind of spiritual energy that pulls blessings into alignment. You're not chasing them, they're drawn to you because of what's inside you. Heaven recognizes its own. When your heart stays pure, favor finds you faster than effort ever could. This is the moment where identity meets destiny. You've known you were chosen, but now you'll begin to see why. The same fire that once purified you will now empower you. God is about to position you where your peace will have purpose. You won't just walk into rooms, you'll shift atmospheres. You won't just speak words, you'll release healing through them. But before that unfolds, heaven invites you to mark this moment, to acknowledge your readiness, your courage, your faith. A symbolic act. Small but sacred. Type 888 in the comments below. Why 888? Because the number 8 represents new beginnings, and 3 8s together mean resurrection, multiplied the triple anointing of renewal, restoration, and release. It's heaven's way of declaring the old cycle is complete. The new one begins now. End 4. Think of it this way. The first 8 means you survived. The storms didn't take you out, they trained you. The second 8 means you've been refined. The waiting didn't waste you, it shaped you. The third 8 means you're being released. What was once hidden will now be revealed in divine timing. When you type 888, you're not entering numbers, you're signing a covenant. You're saying, I agree with heaven's new beginning over my life. It's a prophetic act that tells the unseen realm, I am ready for renewal, restoration, and release. Pause for a moment before you do it. Let gratitude rise. Feel how far you've come. How many valleys you've walked through. How much peace has returned. Then write it, not out of ritual, but out of recognition. Every 888 written echoes through eternity like a bell ringing in the distance. Heaven hears it. It's not superstition, it's symbolism. Numbers may be simple, but God uses symbols to speak when words fall short. And this one says clearly, a new chapter begins. After you write it, don't rush away. Sit for a moment and breathe. You'll feel the weight of the old season lifting, not dramatically, but gently, like dust being carried away by morning wind. That's what happens when heaven turns the page. The silence you feel afterward isn't emptiness, it's invitation. Because God isn't just giving you another chance, He's giving you a new identity in this next phase. You're no longer the wounded one, you're the wise one. No longer the seeker, you're the steward. No longer asking, what if? Now you're saying, let it be. This is what elevation feels like, not loud, not flashy, but steady and sacred. Your growth has made you weightless enough for wings. You're no longer walking, you're rising. The time of almost is over. The door that once creaked open but never stayed will swing wide and stay steady. The people meant for you will recognize you instantly, not because of appearance, but because of anointing. Divine connections are already forming. Divine timing is unfolding, and divine peace is guiding every step. You're not stepping into uncertainty, you're stepping into orchestration. Everything ahead has already been arranged. The same God who carried you through the valley has gone before you into the promise. All that's left for you to do is walk boldly. Type 888. Let heaven see your agreement. Let the earth feel your readiness. Let your spirit rejoice in new beginnings. Because this is the season where you no longer wait for what's coming. It's here. The air around you feels lighter now. Even the silence seems softer, as though creation itself is exhaling after holding its breath through your storm. You have crossed an invisible line between survival and peace. What once felt like an ending was only a beginning disguised in loss. Now, everything within you whispers one truth. You made it through, but this is not the end. It's the refinement before release. God isn't just blessing you, He's establishing you. You've learned that blessings without grounding become burdens. But when roots run deep, they can carry the weight of abundance. You are being rooted now, anchored not by fear, but by faith. You can feel it in the rhythm of your days. Time itself has slowed to match heaven's pace. You no longer run from season to season looking for meaning. You walk with it. You've learned that divine purpose unfolds in layers, not leaps. There's peace in knowing you don't have to understand everything right away. You've learned to live between promise and proof. The clarity that once seemed distant now lives inside you. You can sense the direction of peace. You've learned to read the atmosphere to feel when grace is moving and when it's asking you to be still. You no longer wrestle against timing, you align with it. That's what wisdom looks like after the wilderness. There's a deep strength that comes from trust. You don't fear the unknown anymore. You've realized it's simply the space where faith works best. When you step into uncertainty now, you don't carry anxiety, you carry authority. The kind of authority that can look chaos in the face and say, "Peace, be still," knowing heaven will echo it. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 35, "So do not throw away your confidence. It will be richly rewarded." Confidence, holy confidence, isn't arrogance. It's alignment. It's the calm assurance that if God brought you this far, He's not about to stop now. The same power that sustained you in weakness will empower you in strength. The same grace that comforted you in pain will carry you in promise. You walk differently now. You carry your peace like a garment, and your presence feels like sanctuary. People sense it before you speak. Some won't understand it, others will find healing in it. That's what happens when you live from the presence of God instead of just visiting it. You've become a living reminder that His peace isn't seasonal, it's eternal. But with peace comes responsibility. The more light you carry, the more gently you must walk. Not everyone will understand the stillness that protects you, and that's okay. You're not called to explain it, you're called to embody it. The world doesn't need more noise, it needs evidence. You are that evidence. You may not see it, but heaven is already expanding your influence, quietly, without announcements or attention. Doors are opening, not because of strategy, but because of stewardship. God trusts the healed. He releases opportunities not to the loudest, but to the most faithful. You've proven your faithfulness in silence, and now favor recognizes your voice. The next steps won't require striving, they'll require listening. You've mastered the art of stillness. Now you'll learn the rhythm of motion. It's movement that flows from grace, not exhaustion. You won't have to force what's meant for you. It will meet you halfway, carried by the same hand that held you through waiting. Your relationships will reflect this new rhythm too. Gone are the days of trying to fit where peace feels foreign. You'll find yourself drawn to spaces that speak your language: depth, honesty, and authenticity. God is sending people who don't just admire your light, they can stand in it without envy. They've been refined like you. You'll know them by peace, not performance. And while the world around you still clamors for attention and validation, you'll walk quietly in impact. You've learned that power without peace destroys, but peace with purpose transforms. You are being shaped for influence that doesn't shout, influence that restores. Think of how rivers move powerful, but not loud. They carve through rock simply by being consistent. That's you now. You no longer crash, you flow. The current of your faith is carving through obstacles with patience and persistence. You don't need to prove progress. You are progress. When doubts whisper again, remember how far you've come. Remember the nights when hope seemed small and yet somehow still survived. Remember the prayers you thought fell on deaf ears, but were actually answered in time. You are living in prayers you once cried through. That's how faithful God has been. Even now, He's preparing what's next, not because you've earned it, but because you're ready for it. Readiness is heaven's signal. When your heart aligns with His peace, doors open naturally. That's why this calm season is not stillness for rest alone, it's stillness for strategy. God is downloading instruction, giving blueprints, sharpening discernment. Don't rush ahead. Let the plan mature in His timing. You are not being delayed, you are being detailed. Every step ahead will require precision, and God is ensuring you move with grace, not guesswork. There's a soft glow around your future now. You don't fear it anymore. You anticipate it. You know that the same hand that carried you through the storm is still guiding your course. You trust it so deeply that peace has become your compass. And when that peace points forward, follow without hesitation. You won't need signs this time. You'll recognize His voice. It won't sound loud. It will feel like alignment. You are no longer searching for purpose. You're walking in it. Everything you've endured has prepared you for impact. And everything you're learning is shaping you for legacy. The light that once flickered is now steady. The heart that once trembled is now firm. You're not just surviving the journey anymore. You've become one with it. This is peace, matured. It no longer asks why. It simply says yes. Peace has settled like soft light after rain. You stand now where once you fell, breathing the clean air that only comes after a storm. Everything looks familiar, yet new, the same world. But you are changed. You walk slower, see deeper, love quieter. What used to drain you now teaches you. What once terrified you now reminds you of how strong grace can be. Every scar you carry has turned into language proof that pain can become instruction. The broken pieces you once hid have become windows for others to see God's light shining through you. And maybe that's why He let the breaking happen, so that your story could become a living bridge for those still drowning in doubt. You were never meant to keep that story to yourself. Light only fulfills its purpose when it shines. Hope only multiplies when it's shared. That's why you've been brought here, to keep the flame moving, one heart at a time. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 25, verse 2. Tell the Israelites to bring me an offering. You are to receive the offering for me from everyone whose heart prompts them to give. Notice the key phrase, whose heart prompts them. Giving was never meant to be pressured. It was meant to be personal. It's not about amount. It's about alignment. It's about saying, this light matters, and I want to keep it shining. So, as you breathe in these words, let your heart decide how to respond. Maybe for you, that means simply liking this message to keep it alive in the flow of faith. Maybe it means sharing it, so another weary soul can stumble across a message that reminds them God is still near. Each act of sharing is like releasing a lantern into the night, one that might find someone standing on the edge of giving up. If you subscribe, you're not just following another voice, you're joining a growing family of hearts learning to rest, trust, and rise again. Every click is a small seed that says, I want to keep walking in this peace. I want to stay connected to the flow of grace. And for those who feel it deep in their spirit, if you found light here, if these words have met you at the right time, you can donate as a gesture of gratitude, not as payment, not as obligation, but as oil for the flame. Think of it as placing a small candle on the altar, not to be seen, but to ensure the light continues for someone else still wandering in the dark. There's an old saying, a candle loses nothing by lighting another. When you give, you're not losing, you're extending light. The warmth that found you can now find others through you. Every donation, no matter the size, becomes part of something much larger, a ripple of hope that reaches beyond this moment. It helps craft more words that heal, more messages that lift, more reminders that God hasn't forgotten His people. But even beyond that, it aligns your heart with the rhythm of giving, the same rhythm that beats in heaven itself. And if you're not in a position to give financially, your prayers, your time, and your willingness to help this message travel further are gifts of equal worth. When you comment with a word of faith or encouragement, it's like adding another voice to the choir. You never know, your words might be the very note someone needed to hear today. The beauty of community is that no single act is too small. Your like becomes a spark. Your share becomes a wave. Your comment becomes connection. Your donation becomes oil for the lamp. Each plays its part in keeping this fire alive. You've been through seasons where you had little but faith, and even then, God multiplied it. This moment is no different. Whatever you release with love will never return empty. It will circle back, multiplied in peace, purpose, and provision. That's the rhythm of divine reciprocity. Heaven always fills the hands that give with open hearts. You're part of something sacred here. Something more than words on a screen. This space is a living altar, built from testimonies, each message, each comment, each act of generosity, another stone laid in gratitude. Together, we build a place where weary hearts can rest and remember that God still moves in quiet ways. When you share, it's not about visibility, it's about visibility of truth. When you subscribe, it's not about numbers, it's about nurturing faith. When you donate, it's not about money, it's about ministry. Every gesture becomes a thread in a tapestry of restoration that heaven itself watches unfold. So don't underestimate your presence here. You didn't stumble upon this message. You were sent to it. You were meant to receive this light and, in time, to reflect it. Maybe you're reading this and thinking about all the people who once encouraged you when you were in the dark. Maybe this is your moment to do the same, to pass forward what once pulled you through. There's a divine beauty in reciprocity. The light you share today might be the very light that returns to you when you need it most. That's how grace travels. It circles back. So, if your heart stirs, let it move naturally. Like if this message found you, share it if you believe someone else needs peace tonight. Subscribe if you want to stay connected to the flow of what God is speaking. And if your spirit whispers, yes, donate as a seed of faith, no pressure, just presence. Because at the end of it all, this isn't about numbers or platforms. It's about hearts being reached, souls remembering, and lives realigned with the rhythm of peace. You've walked through fire and come out glowing. Now, help someone else find their way to the light. There comes a season when the air itself seems to carry messages, when every breeze feels like an echo of heaven. Every sunrise, like a confirmation. You're in that season now. It's not loud, not dramatic, but there's a steady hum in your spirit that says, you've stepped into purpose. No, you no longer wrestle with the past because it no longer fits. You've grown beyond explanations, beyond needing people to understand what God whispered privately. The pain that once defined you has become your teacher, and the lessons are priceless. You're not who you were a year ago, or even a month ago. You are being rebuilt in real time, stronger, wiser, quieter. The shift you feel isn't coincidence. It's divine movement. You're being aligned with people, places, and plans that speak your new language, the language of peace, purpose, and perseverance. What once drained you no longer attracts you. You've stopped reaching for what feels familiar and started walking toward what feels faithful. That's how you know transformation has taken root. There is stillness in you now that can't be shaken. It's the kind of peace that doesn't depend on circumstances, the kind that comes only from surviving what tried to destroy you. That's why your spirit carries a quiet authority now. You've earned it not through striving, but through surrender. Every time you chose forgiveness instead of bitterness, grace instead of revenge, stillness instead of panic, you were planting invisible seeds. Now those seeds are sprouting. The harvest of your patience is arriving, and it looks like peace that passes understanding. We find in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28, and we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Oh, you've seen that promise unfold firsthand. Every detour, every disappointment, every delay, it wasn't wasted. It was working together, weaving something you couldn't see while you were walking through it. You're living proof that all things really means all things. Now, your heart beats differently. You no longer chase clarity, you carry it. You've stopped asking God to make things easier and started asking Him to make you stronger. That's how maturity sounds when spoken through a healed soul. This is the chapter where your steps begin to make sense. What was once confusing now feels orchestrated. You realize that even your pain had purpose. It softened you where pride once lived, deepened you where impatience once ruled, and refined you where fear once whispered. The wilderness was never wasted. It was preparation in disguise. You may not have noticed it yet, but people are already drawn to the calm you carry. They come to you for advice, for comfort, for clarity. You've become a safe place, not because you have all the answers, but because you've learned how to listen without judgment. That's rare. That's holy. Your life has become a living sermon now. Every time you smile in the face of uncertainty, every time you choose grace over gossip, every time you move in silence rather than react in anger, heaven takes note. You're no longer performing faith, you're embodying it. But even in peace, God keeps stretching you, not to exhaust you, but to expand your reach. You're being prepared for greater assignments, the kind that require humility and endurance more than applause. The world doesn't need louder voices right now, it needs deeper ones. And you, after all you've lived through, have become depth itself. Think of yourself as a lighthouse on a quiet cliff. You don't chase ships, you simply shine. Your consistency becomes their direction. You may never meet everyone your light guides, but you'll know by the calm that surrounds you that you're fulfilling your purpose. This is also the moment when heaven begins to remind you of the power of words. Every declaration you speak carries weight. You've learned that your voice creates atmosphere. You can shift heaviness with a single phrase of faith. That's why this next act matters. It's small but prophetic. If your heart is open and you can feel the confirmation of what's unfolding, type, "I am chosen." Now, 3 words. Simple, but sacred. Why those words? Because they align your identity with heaven's truth. You're not chosen because of perfection, you're chosen because of purpose. You're not chosen because you've done everything right. You're chosen because you didn't give up when you could have. Those 3 words are a declaration, not of pride, but of partnership with God's plan. When you type, "I am chosen," you're not just writing. It's as if you're signing a new chapter into existence. You're telling your spirit, no more shrinking, no more fear, no more questioning whether I belong here. You do. You've always belonged. You just needed to remember. Imagine your words like seeds dropped into the soil of heaven. Each "I am chosen" becomes a signal to the divine that you're ready to walk boldly into what was prepared for you. You're not typing into a comment box, you're sowing faith into the unseen. Let those 3 words echo inside you for a moment. Feel how they shift the atmosphere. It's more than affirmation, it's alignment. Heaven responds to identity spoken out loud. And in this moment, heaven is listening. Because God isn't looking for perfect voices, He's looking for willing ones. When you speak that truth, you give Him permission to finish what He started. You open doors with your declaration. You create movement through agreement. So type it. Whisper it. Write it somewhere. You'll see it tomorrow morning. I am chosen. M. Let it remind you that the calling over your life wasn't cancelled when you stumbled, that grace never ran out when strength did, and that no delay could erase your destiny. You've been handpicked, not by merit, but by mercy. And as those words take root, remember, being chosen doesn't mean the road will always be easy. It means the outcome is already secured. It means heaven walks beside you, even when no one else does. This is your season to walk in full awareness of who you are, not half-lit, not half-sure, but fully awake to your purpose. You are chosen to carry peace into places where chaos once ruled. Now, breathe deeply and let that truth settle in. You are chosen, and heaven rejoices in your yes. The air feels different now, lighter, freer, filled with the quiet hum of divine assurance. You've walked far enough through the valleys to recognize that peace isn't something that visits, it's something that abides. You've come to understand that what used to frighten you no longer has power because you've learned to stand still and watch the salvation of God unfold. It's strange, isn't it? How the hardest seasons often produce the deepest wisdom. You used to think that breakthrough would come wrapped in noise, but now you know that it comes wrapped in silence. You've learned that real change rarely announces itself. It simply arrives, disguised as calm. There's a new steadiness in you, one that wasn't there before. You move differently now, not because life suddenly became easier, but because you learned how to carry peace through chaos. You're walking with an awareness that God doesn't need things to make sense for them to be sacred. Every moment, every pause, every breath has purpose. You no longer feel the urge to rush ahead. You've stopped measuring progress by pace. You understand now that growth is not always visible. Sometimes it's internal, hidden, but holy. That shift in perspective is maturity. The same struggles that once made you doubt now make you deepen, as was spoken in the sacred texts of old. In the book of Nahum, chapter 1, verse 7, "The Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in him." Those words have become your reality. You've discovered that refuge doesn't mean escape. It means strength while staying. You no longer pray for God to remove every storm. You ask him to anchor you through it. And that shift changes everything. The more you walk with him, the more you realize how differently heaven measures success. It's not about how much you achieve, but about how deeply you trust. It's not about the noise you make, but the peace you keep. That's what separates the hurried from the chosen. The chosen have learned the rhythm of rest. You've begun to live in that rhythm. You know how to pause before reacting, how to listen before deciding, how to wait before moving. You don't panic when things go quiet anymore. You've seen how silence often hides strategy. You don't chase approval. You've learned that presence is its own validation. Even your relationship with time has shifted. You used to fear delay, but now you honor it. You've realized that waiting seasons are not punishment, they're refinement. They're where character matures and calling clarifies. You no longer see waiting as wasted time, you see it as sacred timing. Every part of your life now feels touched by awareness. You notice divine fingerprints in the smallest things, a stranger's kindness, a line in a song, a morning breeze that seems to whisper your name. These aren't coincidences, they're confirmations. God still speaks through the ordinary. You just needed stillness to hear it. This is what peace feels like when it finally finds a home. It doesn't just calm the noise outside, It quiets the storms within. It teaches you to breathe through uncertainty and smile, even when you don't see the full picture. It trains you to love without fear and walk without hesitation. And through that peace, gratitude grows. You find yourself thanking God for things you once resented. You're grateful for the closed doors that redirected you, the delays that saved you, the endings that made room for better beginnings. You see now that grace sometimes arrives disguised as disappointment. There's a holy balance in this moment of your life. You're no longer in survival mode, you're in stewardship. You're tending to what God has entrusted to you, your peace, your purpose, your presence. You understand that impact doesn't always come from doing more. Sometimes it comes from being more grounded, more gentle, more genuine. You've also learned to let go without guilt. You release people, places, and patterns that no longer align with your peace. Not out of anger, but out of understanding. Letting go is no longer loss, it's obedience. You've realized that endings are just heaven's way of making space for alignment. Every season now carries its own kind of beauty. Even quiet days feel purposeful. You can sense that something is forming beneath the surface, a new level of calling, a new layer of grace, but you're not impatient for it. You've learned that what is meant for you won't arrive through striving. It will unfold naturally in divine time. This posture, calm, steady, trusting, has become your new strength. You don't have to announce your progress. It reveals itself in how you handle pressure. You don't need to prove you've changed. People see it in your peace. You've become what the world desperately needs, a living example of resilience without resentment, faith without fear, stillness without stagnation. You carry the quiet confidence of someone who has seen God redeem everything, even what was meant for harm. That kind of confidence can't be learned, it has to be lived. And you've lived it. Now, as you continue walking, you carry something sacred that can't be shaken. Perspective. You know that blessings aren't always visible, that miracles sometimes look like ordinary days, and that grace doesn't always feel like glory. It often feels like peace. You are living proof that divine goodness isn't a theory, it's an experience. It doesn't remove all pain, but it transforms every piece of it into something meaningful. You've become fluent in the language of grace, and every breath you take speaks it. There's no need to rush into what's next. The next season will come naturally, like dawn follows night. All you have to do is remain aligned, remain grateful, remain grounded in the God who has carried you this far. You've outgrown the need for certainty. You've learned that peace isn't found in knowing the plan, it's found in knowing the planner, and that revelation has set you free. This is not the end of your story. It's the beginning of your most stable chapter. Yet, the same God who walked with you through the storm now walks with you into the sunlight. You are not rebuilding, you are rising. The calm that surrounds you now feels different. It's not the fragile peace that trembles under pressure, it's the kind that stands tall even when the winds return. You've entered a deeper stillness, one born not from comfort, but from conviction. You no longer hope that peace will come. You know it already lives in you. Every breath feels like prayer now. Every moment feels intentional. You no longer live chasing signs because you've learned to walk in sensitivity. You sense when to move, when to pause, when to speak, when to stay silent. That discernment isn't coincidence, it's the fruit of obedience. You've listened long enough in the silence to understand the voice that speaks without words. The waiting that once frustrated you now makes sense. You see it clearly. It wasn't wasted, it was preparation. God wasn't ignoring you, He was insulating you. He was teaching you to thrive in stillness so that when the next wave of movement comes, you won't lose your footing. The delays were training your endurance. The detours were sharpening your direction. You no longer need everyone to understand your path. You've accepted that divine assignments rarely make sense to human minds. The more you grow, the less you need to explain. You don't chase validation from people who haven't heard what God whispered to you in private. You simply walk quietly, confidently, obediently. The prophet Jeremiah recorded it in chapter 17, verse 8. They will be like a tree planted by the water that sends out its roots by the stream. It does not fear when heat comes. Its leaves are always green. And that verse mirrors your life right now. You are that tree. You've endured heat, drought, and storms. But your roots run deep. You no longer panic when circumstances shift because you know where your nourishment comes from. You are sustained by the source, not the season. You've learned that peace doesn't come from escaping difficulty, it comes from trusting through it. The trials didn't destroy you, they defined you. They revealed the kind of faith that doesn't fold under fire. You've become resilient, not because you avoided pain, but because you walked through it with grace. There's a wisdom in you now that only pressure could produce. You've seen enough of life to know that not every loss is a setback, and not every silence is absence. Sometimes heaven speaks in quiet, so you can hear what can't be said in sound. You've learned to interpret stillness as strategy. The world may still rush, still shout, still demand results. But you've learned the beauty of remaining grounded. You no longer move at the world's pace. You move at heaven's. That's why you no longer burn out, trying to make things happen. You've learned the sacred rhythm of rest, working from peace instead of for peace. You live differently now. You wake with gratitude instead of worry. You rest with assurance instead of exhaustion. You've stopped asking, "Will God come through?" and started saying, "He already has." That shift changed everything. Faith isn't something you reach for anymore. It's something you stand in. Even your vision has changed. You don't see obstacles anymore. You see opportunities for trust. Every challenge now feels like a lesson. Every delay, a doorway. Every ending, a gentle redirection. You've stopped labeling moments as good or bad. You simply call them all necessary. That acceptance has given you freedom. You're no longer fighting the flow of life. You're flowing with it. You've realized that peace doesn't mean passivity. It means partnership. You move with the current of grace, not against it. And that flow carries you places striving never could. The more you surrender, the more strength you find. You've learned that control was always an illusion. The only real safety is in surrender. You used to think that letting go meant losing. But now you see that letting go was the gain. You traded anxiety for alignment, and alignment brought peace. The voice of doubt still tries to visit sometimes, whispering old fears in new tones. But you recognize it quickly now. You don't engage with lies that don't match your new language. You've learned to silence worry not with noise, but with knowing. The evidence of transformation is in your responses. You no longer rush to defend yourself when misunderstood. You no longer panic when plans shift. You no longer measure your worth by what works out. You understand now that success in the spirit looks like serenity in the soul. And this serenity, it's not fragile, it's steady. like a tide that keeps returning, like breath that keeps flowing. Even when days feel long or uncertain, you no longer fall apart. You simply pause, breathe, and remember who's still holding it all together. There's something sacred about this stage of peace. It's not loud, it's luminous. It's not the peace that follows answered prayer, it's the peace that becomes the answer itself. You've stopped asking for what's next because you realize you're standing in it. The next is now. Every piece of your journey has led to this awareness. The heartbreaks, the healing, the hidden seasons, all of them shaped your vision until you could see that heaven was never far. God was never distant. You were never abandoned. Every moment, even the painful ones, were filled with His fingerprints. Now you walk with quiet confidence, knowing that what's ahead won't shake what's already settled. You no longer pray for the storm to stop. You pray to stay steady in its midst. You've learned to rest, not because it's easy, but because it's eternal. This is what completion feels like. Not perfection, not arrival, but wholeness. You've become the kind of person who doesn't just survive seasons, you sanctify them. Wherever you go now, you'll carry this same peace, this same perspective, this same quiet strength. The wilderness built you, the waiting refined you, the word sustains you, and now, peace defines you. There is a deep stillness that settles when you finally stop striving and simply start trusting. You've reached that sacred calm, the kind that doesn't come from perfect circumstances, but from perfect surrender. Life still carries its rhythm of unpredictability, but you've learned to dance to it without fear. The noise outside no longer decides your peace within. You've become fluent in quiet faith. The journey here has not been soft. It took breaking to teach you how to bend. It took silence to teach you how to listen. It took endings to help you recognize beginnings. What once felt like punishment, you now see as preparation. Nothing was wasted, not one tear, not one pause, not one lonely night. Heaven used it all to rewire your spirit for endurance. You no longer crave control the way you once did. You understand now that peace isn't found in having all the answers, it's found in trusting the one who does. You've traded anxiety for alignment, restlessness for rhythm. The same heart that once begged for clarity now beats with quiet confidence. You don't need to know how everything will unfold. You just need to know who holds it. The ancient words in the book of Haggai, chapter 2, verse 9, proclaim, "The glory of this present house will be greater than the glory of the former house, says the Lord Almighty, and in this place I will grant peace." That verse fits your season perfectly. The former days were necessary, but they were not final. The lessons were heavy, but they were holy. And now, what's being built in you carries greater glory than anything you've seen before. This isn't a return to what was, it's an elevation into what will be. The way you live now reflects that truth. You wake slowly, without rushing the morning. You listen more than you speak. You don't chase validation, you flow in purpose. Even your laughter sounds different, deeper, freer, touched by gratitude instead of survival. That's what healing does. It restores the melody of joy without the noise of striving. You've learned to appreciate simplicity, akiat meal, an honest conversation, a small answered prayer. These are your new treasures. You used to look for miracles in mountains, now you see them in moments. The world didn't become less complicated, but your heart did. You've learned to choose peace over pressure, faith over fear, presence over performance. There's a wisdom in your eyes now. You see through appearances and understand intentions. You don't rush to judge or to justify. You simply observe, discern, and respond with grace. That balance between gentleness and strength, only those who've been refined by fire know how to carry it. And you carry it beautifully. The quiet between seasons doesn't scare you anymore. You used to mistake stillness for stagnation, but now you know it's sacred space. It's where God whispers, where visions form, where clarity matures. You've come to love the pause between chapters, because you understand it's where identity breathes. The same way an artist steps back to look at a canvas before painting again, heaven sometimes pauses around you, not to forget you, but to admire the work already done. That's the moment you're standing in now, divine observation. Heaven looks upon your endurance and smiles. You've become a vessel of balance. You know how to guard your peace without closing your heart. You know how to give without losing yourself. You've learned the art of staying open, yet anchored, available to love, but protected by wisdom. It's remarkable how the things that used to define you no longer hold weight. Titles, opinions, recognition, they no longer shape your worth. You've discovered the unshakable truth that your value was decided long before anyone noticed you. You don't perform for purpose, you live from it. This phase of your life carries a quiet strength. You don't need big moments to prove growth. Your peace proves it for you. The storms no longer shake you because you've already survived the kind that should have drowned you. Every breath you take now feels intentional, like worship without words. You've realized that miracles aren't always sudden. Sometimes they're slow, like light creeping into a dark room. One day, you just wake up and realize the heaviness is gone. The wound doesn't sting. The fear no longer whispers. That's a miracle too. The kind that comes from God working quietly inside you. And now, you move forward gently, carrying lessons as light instead of luggage. You no longer need to explain your journey to anyone. Those who are meant to understand will feel it. Those who aren't will fall away naturally. That's the beauty of alignment. It removes without resentment and adds without asking. Every day, you live a little more freely. You smile a little easier. You rest a little deeper. You've stopped performing for peace and started partnering with it. You've stopped begging for purpose and started becoming it. What lies ahead no longer intimidates you. You don't see the future as a test. You see it as a continuation. You've learned that the same God who walked with you through the storm now walks beside you in sunlight. His faithfulness didn't end when the pain did. It remains, covering your tomorrow the same way it covered your past. So breathe, chosen one. The rebuilding is complete, and the glory ahead will not be fragile, it will be full. You've reached the part of the story where peace stays, not visits. And in that stillness, heaven smiles. There is a quiet fullness in your spirit now. You no longer live with the ache of waiting. You live with the awareness of becoming. The days ahead don't frighten you. They invite you. Every sunrise feels like a whisper from heaven saying, "You've made it through. Now live like it." Peace isn't new to you anymore. It's familiar. It walks beside you like an old friend. You don't need to fight for it the way you once did. You've learned that the more you let go, the more peace stays. What once felt fragile now feels firm. rooted, enduring. You've become the kind of person storms can't unmake. And yet, even in this calm, there's a stirring, a sense that your story isn't finished, that what God has done in you is about to move through you. Because light doesn't just rest, it reaches, it extends, and every person touched by it becomes part of its journey. That's what these messages are about. They're not meant to sit in silence, they're meant to travel, to find those who have forgotten what hope sounds like, to remind them that peace isn't gone, it's just waiting to be rediscovered. The Apostle Paul reminds us in the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 19, "And my God will meet all your needs according to the riches of his glory in Christ Jesus." That verse doesn't just promise provision, it promises overflow. It's God saying, I don't just give enough, I give more than enough. And when that kind of abundance flows into your life, it's never meant to stop with you. It's meant to move through you. Like a river feeding others downstream. That's how every small act of generosity works. Every like, every share, every kind word, every donation, it all becomes part of a living river that refreshes weary hearts. You never know where the current will go, but you can trust that it always finds those who need it most. So when you like this message, you're not just tapping a screen, you're setting a ripple in motion. Somewhere, someone scrolling through their own heaviness might stumble across these words and feel the first spark of peace again. Your single act becomes part of a miracle in motion. When you share, it's like releasing a lantern into the dark. You might not know who will see it, but God does. He guides it to the exact soul who's been praying for light. What seems small to you might become the answer someone's been waiting for. And when you subscribe, you're not signing up for noise, you're anchoring yourself to a steady stream of peace. You're saying, I want to stay connected to reminders that speak life, not fear. Each new connection adds strength to this circle of faith, a chain of hearts learning how to stand, heal, and hope together. Then there's the deeper act, the quiet one, the one no one sees but heaven, giving. When you donate, it's not a transaction, it's transformation. You're not buying a blessing, you're sustaining one. You're saying, this message matters. Let's keep the flame alive. End of 4. Think of this work like a lighthouse standing on the edge of a restless sea. Every light that shines, every message that goes out, every word that meets someone in their darkest hour, it all takes care. Time and oil to keep burning. When you give, you become part of that oil. Not because you're obligated to, but because your spirit recognizes the value of keeping light in motion. There's no pressure here, only invitation. Giving isn't about amount, it's about alignment. It's about participating in what feeds your soul. If something here has healed you, comforted you, reminded you of hope, then you already know what it means to receive freely. This is simply an opportunity to help others receive the same. And if you can't give financially, your engagement, your prayers, your shares, your kind comments carries equal weight. Every action born of sincerity becomes a seed, and seeds don't stay small, they multiply. Imagine this space as a garden. Every like is sunlight. Every share is wind carrying seeds farther. Every subscription is water that sustains. And every donation is rich soil that ensures growth continues for those yet to arrive. You're not supporting content, you're sustaining a sanctuary. The beauty of generosity is that it's cyclical. What you pour out always finds its way back, often in ways you never expect. Maybe through peace that surpasses understanding, maybe through doors that suddenly open, maybe through comfort on a day when you need it most. God never lets light go unrewarded. So as you breathe in these words, let your spirit decide. Like if you felt comfort here. Share if you believe someone else could use this peace. Subscribe if you want to keep walking with this growing community of faith. And if your heart whispers yes, donate as a quiet act of worship. No pressure, no guilt, just gratitude. Because what's happening here isn't about building a brand, it's about building bridges between broken hearts and hope, between silence and song, between the lost and the found. Every person who participates becomes a piece of that bridge. Every small gesture becomes a brick in a pathway leading someone back to God. You never know whose feet will walk on it, but heaven does. And that's why this space matters. It's not built on demand, it's built on devotion. It's sustained not by followers, but by faith. Each message sent, each heart touched, each seed sown, it all becomes part of a divine ecosystem of grace. So wherever you are, whatever you're carrying, let this moment remind you, you're part of something bigger. The same peace that found you can now move through you. The same light that healed you can now travel beyond you. Keep the light alive through your kindness, your sharing, your support, your prayer. Every act, however small, adds another flame to the altar of hope. Because this isn't just a message you read, it's a movement you belong to. You can feel it, the gentle shift that happens when peace becomes more than a feeling. It's not just something you experience anymore, it's something you embody. You don't wake up searching for calm, you wake up carrying it. You've become what the world desperately needs, evidence that grace still works. The people around you may not understand it. Some may even wonder how you can stay steady when everything else feels uncertain. But that's because they haven't seen what you've seen. They haven't walked through storms that taught you the language of silence. They don't know what it's like to feel God's presence in emptiness, to sense His hand guiding you, even when your eyes saw nothing. You've learned that peace isn't the absence of trouble, it's the awareness of presence. You felt God most clearly not in comfort, but in chaos. And that's why nothing can shake you now. The foundation beneath you isn't built on circumstance, it's built on covenant. Every wound, every waiting season, every prayer that once felt unanswered, they've all shaped you into someone unbreakable. The light inside you was forged in the very darkness that tried to silence it. You don't need to defend your strength anymore. You simply live it. Quietly, consistently, faithfully, as the prophet Hosea wrote in chapter 6, verse 3, "Let us acknowledge the Lord, let us press on to know Him. As surely as the sun rises, He will appear." And that's the promise you've come to understand. As surely as the sun rises, He appears. Maybe not always in the way you expect, but always in the moment you need Him most. His faithfulness isn't seasonal, it's steadfast. Now, in this calm chapter, you're being prepared for something greater. Not louder, not flashier, but deeper. God is expanding your influence quietly, like roots spreading beneath the soil before the tree ever blooms. What He's building in you is longevity. He's teaching you to grow downward before you grow outward. It's the kind of growth that doesn't need validation. It doesn't need applause. It's rooted in the unseen. sustained by surrender. You've realized that what's hidden often holds the most power. A seed doesn't shine while buried, but it's becoming unstoppable underground. You, too, have been buried at times, buried under silence, under rejection, under delay. But now, you're sprouting. The burial was never the end. It was the beginning of your becoming. The soil that once suffocated you has turned into strength beneath you. You were never buried to die. You were planted to rise. You've also discovered that elevation often requires elimination. Some people couldn't come with you, not because they were evil, but because they weren't equipped for your next level. You've learned to bless them from afar, to release without resentment, to love without attachment. You no longer chase connections, you cultivate alignment. Every step you take now is intentional. You no longer move from reaction, you move from revelation. You've realized that not every opportunity is assignment. Not every open door is meant for entry. Discernment has replaced desperation. That's growth, the ability to say no with peace instead of guilt. Your words carry more weight now. You've seen how truth spoken softly can shift atmospheres. You've learned that sometimes the most powerful response is quiet conviction. The same voice that once trembled now speaks with clarity, not volume. You've also learned how to rest. Not the kind of rest that comes from exhaustion, but the kind that comes from assurance. You rest because you trust. You trust because you've seen. And because you've seen, you no longer panic when plans change. You just smile and say, "It's still in His hands." Oh, and it is. Every part of your life right now is being aligned in divine sequence. You don't need to rush the process. The timing is already perfect. You can feel heaven moving around you softly, strategically, silently. It's not about speed, it's about substance. That's why this moment matters. It's not just another chapter, it's a confirmation. You've completed the internal work. Now, the external will begin to unfold. Doors that once resisted you will now recognize you. Paths that once confused you will now feel clear. The delay wasn't denial, it was development. Take a breath. Let that truth sink in. You've survived everything designed to stop you. You've grown through what was meant to break you. You've become the living definition of endurance, wrapped in grace. Now it's time to mark this moment not as a finish line, but as a declaration, a simple statement that seals what you know in your spirit. Type, "It is done." Just 3 words. Quiet, but powerful. When you write, "It is done," you're not just typing a comment, you're sealing agreement with heaven. You're saying, "The waiting has worked. The process is complete. I'm ready for what comes next." And these words are not about finality, they're about fulfillment. They don't mean the journey ends, they mean the foundation is set. You've built peace so deeply into your spirit that no shaking can undo it. That's what done means. It's finished in the spirit before it appears in the physical. Imagine those words echoing through the unseen realm. Heaven recognizes completion when you declare it. It's like signing your name on a finished masterpiece. God smiles because He knows you finally understand that His timing wasn't to punish you, but to perfect you. Write it softly. Let your heart mean it. It is done. Let the words carry weight. Let them bring closure. Let them invite new beginnings. And as you write, feel peace rising in your chest. the kind of peace that whispers. You don't have to fight anymore. The process that once felt endless has completed its work. You're stepping into ease now, into divine flow, into the calm that follows obedience. This is not where the story ends. It's where fulfillment begins. You've crossed from building faith to living it. The waiting is over. The becoming is complete. So, breathe. Smile. Rest. It is done. You can feel it. The atmosphere around you has shifted again. But this time, the change isn't overwhelming. It's gentle, almost holy. You've entered a season of ease. Not because life has suddenly simplified, but because your spirit has learned how to rest while walking. You move differently now. You don't rush to fix things. You allow them to unfold. You've learned to trust the process because you've seen the fruit of patience. There's a quiet rhythm to your days that feels sacred. You wake up aware of grace, aware that simply breathing is an act of divine mercy. The worries that once sat heavy on your chest no longer have room to stay. You've outgrown anxiety by outgrowing the need to control outcomes. What once made you restless now makes you reflective. You've begun to notice how peace doesn't mean the absence of movement. It means movement without resistance. You no longer fight the current of God's timing, you float in it. You've discovered that faith is not a sprint toward answers, but a steady walk with the answer himself. And this awareness, this stillness within you, has become your strength. You used to think that strength meant pushing through. Now you know it means staying soft. You used to believe that courage was the absence of fear. Now you understand that courage is continuing despite it. You've been tested in ways that left invisible scars, but even those scars tell a story of glory. Each mark on your soul is a map of divine encounters, places where God met you in your weakness and turned it into wisdom. You carry those lessons quietly, not as proof of pain, but as reminders of presence, according to what is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10. Be still and know that I am God. You've learned to live by that truth. Stillness is no longer a struggle. It's your sanctuary. You don't rush decisions. You don't chase signs, you listen. And in that listening, you've realized that heaven's voice rarely shouts. It whispers. It doesn't compete with chaos. It calms it. Your connection with God feels different now. It's not built on constant questions. It's built on quiet communion. You don't need constant miracles to feel His nearness anymore. You've realized that His presence is the miracle. There's peace in knowing you don't have to perform to stay loved. You're learning to simply be in His presence, unhurried and unafraid. Every part of your life now carries intentionality. You no longer give energy where there's no peace. You no longer explain what only revelation can confirm. You no longer chase closure from people who were never assigned to understand your calling. You've made peace with being misunderstood, because you've seen how divine direction often looks like confusion to others. And even when loneliness tries to return, you recognize it as an old echo, not a new truth. You've learned to differentiate between solitude and isolation. Solitude has become your sacred space, the place where God refills you, reshapes you, and reminds you of your identity. You've discovered that the ones who walk closely with heaven often walk quietly on earth. There's beauty in that quiet. You don't need a spotlight. You've found comfort in shadows, because that's where God's glory rests best. The deeper your humility, the stronger your influence becomes. People sense peace when they encounter you. Even if they can't explain why, you're carrying atmosphere now, not arguments. You don't preach your growth, you radiate it. You've also developed a tenderness that surprises you. You care deeply, but you no longer carry what isn't yours to heal. You love freely, but with boundaries blessed by wisdom. You've realized that compassion without discernment can drain what grace intends to direct. So you've learned to balance mercy with management, to pour without emptying. This balance makes your spirit luminous. It's not perfection, it's alignment. You walk, knowing that peace doesn't mean avoidance, it means awareness. You don't ignore pain, you just don't let it define you. You don't pretend storms don't exist. You simply rest in the one who commands them. The evidence of your transformation is subtle but powerful. You respond differently. You recover faster. You forgive sooner. And above all, you rest deeper. These aren't small changes. They're signs of maturity. You're no longer waiting for life to get easier. You've learned to live lighter. Each day now feels like an unfolding conversation between your soul and heaven. You recognize that everything, every delay, every detour, every divine interruption carries language. And because your heart has become still enough to listen, you can finally understand what God has been saying all along. You were never behind. You were being built. And that truth alone rewrites your entire past. All the moments you once labeled as failure were simply foundations. The seasons you called silent were actually sacred construction. The very places where you thought God was absent are the same places where He anchored your purpose. So, you walk now with quiet assurance. You don't need to announce your readiness. Heaven already knows. You no longer carry pressure to prove you've arrived. You simply continue becoming. And that's what this moment is about. Becoming whole. Becoming free. Becoming light. Your steps may still be small, but they're sure. The horizon ahead no longer intimidates you, it inspires you. You can feel that everything you've endured is preparing you for something expansive. You don't know all the details, but you no longer need to. The promise is enough. You've come to love the in-between spaces, the pauses between chapters, because you know that peace lives there. The same peace that found you in chaos now keeps you in clarity. It's not temporary, it's eternal. And maybe that's what heaven wanted all along, not for you to reach a destination, but for you to discover the rhythm of divine rest. You've found it. You've become it. And now, everywhere you go, peace follows. There is a softness in this season that feels sacred. It's not the rush of breakthrough or the noise of arrival. It's the quiet of fulfillment. You no longer crave what once consumed you. You no longer chase what once ran away. Everything in you has slowed to the pace of peace, and that slowness feels holy. You move differently now. There's grace in your rhythm, patience in your pulse. You don't react as quickly, and when you do, it comes from compassion instead of fear. You've learned that strength is not in proving your point, but in protecting your peace. The fire that once made you fight now keeps you warm. Every part of your life feels recalibrated, aligned. The people who remain are those who see you clearly, who love you not for what you do, but for who you've become. The noise that once distracted you has faded, replaced by clarity. You've stopped asking God for explanations and started thanking Him for revelation. You don't need to understand the plan, you trust the planner. This trust has become your resting place. The world still spins fast, but you no longer spin with it. You've learned that stillness is not idleness, it's insight. It's the moment when heaven and earth meet inside your breath, and everything confusing begins to make quiet sense. Scripture says in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." End of 4. You've stood the test, and the crown you wear now isn't made of gold, it's made of growth. It's invisible to the world, but undeniable in the spirit. It's the quiet dignity of someone who has seen too much to doubt, who has lost much but learned more. You wear peace the way others wear armor. The things that once threatened to break you now build you. The shadows that used to scare you have become reminders that even darkness can serve divine purpose. You no longer see opposition as punishment, you see it as proof of progress. Every challenge now confirms that you're still being stretched toward destiny. Your confidence feels different too. It's gentler, but deeper. You don't boast in ability, you rest in assurance. You don't rush to speak, you wait for wisdom. You don't fight for validation, you walk in value. There's a quiet authority about you that doesn't need to be explained. It's felt. And it's that quietness that makes you radiant. The peace you carry is magnetic. It draws others in not because you demand attention, but because you emanate stability. In a world that glorifies chaos, calm has become your rebellion. You've turned serenity into strength. Every moment now feels intentional. Even your pauses have meaning. You've learned to see time differently, to recognize that nothing God does is random. Every delay was design. Every silence was strategy. Every heartbreak was harvest in disguise. Looking back, you see his fingerprints on everything, even the things that once made no sense. The beauty of hindsight is revelation. You can trace the divine pattern now, how every ending made space for a new beginning, how every loss created room for alignment. What you thought was breaking you was actually bending you toward purpose. That's the wisdom of endurance, to look back and realize it was all construction, not chaos. The road behind you was rough, but it was refining you for the weight of peace you carry now. You're stronger, but softer, wiser, but humbler. You've learned that victory doesn't always shout, it often sighs. It doesn't always come in lightning. Sometimes it comes in light. You understand now that healing isn't linear, it's layered. It's not a destination, but a dialogue between grace and growth. Some days still ache, but even the ache feels holy because it reminds you of how far you've come. You've learned to let gratitude coexist with grief, hope with history. That's balance, that's beauty. You've also come to love simplicity, the way sunlight touches your skin, the sound of laughter after long silence, the feeling of peace settling into your bones after years of unrest. You've stopped measuring miracles by size. You see them everywhere now, in the ordinary, the overlooked, the everyday. This contentment doesn't mean you've stopped dreaming. It means you dream differently. You no longer dream to escape reality. You dream to expand gratitude. You don't chase purpose, you host it. You don't beg for blessings, you become them. And in this becoming, you found what so many search for: rest in motion. The ability to move through life without losing your center. You've learned that even progress can be peaceful when you move at heaven's pace. The future doesn't intimidate you anymore. You don't see it as a mountain to climb, but as a garden to tend. You understand that every seed you've planted in faith will bloom in its appointed time. You no longer rush the harvest, you nurture it. So, you live quietly, steadily, with hands open and heart soft. You wake each day with expectation, not anxiety. You speak slower, love deeper, forgive faster. You've learned that peace is not the reward of arrival, it's the rhythm of walking with God. And that's what you're doing now. Walking, not running, breathing, not striving, listening, not fearing. The world may still shake, but you remain unshaken because you've learned the secret that so few ever do. Peace is not what you find, it's what you become. There's a stillness in your soul now that feels eternal. It's not the kind that fades when life gets loud, it's the kind that remains, unbothered, unbroken, unmoved. You've walked through enough storms to know that peace isn't fragile. It's forged. It's built through seasons where you had nothing but faith and found that faith was enough. You wake differently these days. The rush that once drove you has quieted. You rise slowly, not out of laziness, but out of reverence. You've learned that mornings aren't just beginnings, they're conversations. Every sunrise feels like heaven saying, "We begin again." And every breath feels like agreement. The world still spins fast, but you've found your rhythm. You've learned how to walk through chaos without becoming part of it. People still project their fears. The world still shouts its urgency, but your heart beats at a divine pace. You've realized that what you carry within you can't be disrupted by what surrounds you. That realization has changed everything. You no longer need external validation to confirm internal truth. You no longer seek applause or understanding. You've discovered that silence itself can be anointed, that peace can preach louder than words. You've stopped fighting to be seen because you've realized heaven has never taken its eyes off you. We read in the first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 15, verse 58, "Therefore, my dear brothers and sisters, stand firm. Let nothing move you. Always give yourselves fully to the work of the Lord, because you know that your labor in the Lord is not in vain." Olu, those words have taken root in your spirit. You've become immovable, not stubborn, but steady, not hardened, but holy. You no longer measure success by outcomes, you measure it by obedience. You've come to understand that as long as you're walking with God, even the detours are divine. It's strange how the same road that once felt endless now feels sacred. You can trace God's fingerprints over every twist, every waiting place, every quiet corner of your story. What you once called wasted time, you now call worship. What you once resented, you now revere. Everything has meaning when viewed through the eyes of grace. You've reached a place of balance that few ever find. You no longer react to life, you respond to it. You don't panic at silence, you listen. You don't demand answers, you discern seasons. You've learned that sometimes heaven speaks through delay, sometimes through direction, sometimes through denial. Every form is love in disguise. Even your understanding of strength has changed. You used to equate it with endurance, with pushing through. Now you see that strength is also in softness, in knowing when to rest, when to release, when to let God be God. You've stopped seeing surrender as weakness, you see it as strategy. Your prayers have changed too. They're less about requests and more about relationship. Less, "Lord, give me," and more, "Lord, guide me." You no longer rush through prayer as a checklist. It has become your language. Sometimes it's words. Sometimes it's silence. Sometimes it's tears, but it's always connection. This quiet communion has become your compass. You make decisions not from fear, but from flow. You can sense when something aligns and when it doesn't. Peace has become your confirmation, unrest your caution. You've learned that God rarely shouts through chaos, He whispers through calm. And you listen now. You really listen. The more you walk in peace, the more clearly you see how everything fits. Even the parts that once broke you now make sense in retrospect. You understand that nothing in your story is random. Every heartbreak carved space for humility. Every closed door redirected you toward purpose. Every delay deepened your discernment. You weren't being punished, you were being prepared. You've outgrown striving. You no longer feel the need to prove you're blessed. You've realized that true favor isn't flaunted, it's felt. It shows in the way you handle uncertainty, the way you forgive quickly, the way you refuse to carry bitterness. You live lighter because you've learned that peace is too expensive to trade for pride. Even the way you love has changed. You love without fear. Now, not because it's easy, but because you've made peace with outcomes. You understand that love is never wasted, even when it isn't returned. You love as an overflow, not an investment. That kind of love can't be drained. It's drawn from a source that never runs dry. You've become a safe place for others, often without realizing it. People find rest in your presence because you radiate what they're seeking: stillness, safety, sincerity. That's what happens when someone's peace has been tested and proven genuine. You've become a vessel of calm in a world addicted to chaos. There's a humility that follows you now, a quiet acknowledgement that everything you are is grace multiplied. You don't boast in resilience, you give thanks for mercy. You don't glorify pain, you glorify what it produced. Gratitude has become your posture, not just your prayer. And perhaps the greatest transformation of all, you no longer see yourself as the one in process, but as the one who carries the process for others. You've become the steady hand for those still trembling. You've become the voice of reason when panic sets in. You've become living proof that peace isn't a destination, it's a decision renewed daily. You've reached a point of peace so real that even uncertainty feels like invitation, not threat. You don't fear the unknown anymore, you honor it. You trust that wherever you're led, next will be exactly where you're meant to stand. And as you breathe, as you continue forward, you carry with you everything learned, everything refined, everything sacred. You are no longer surviving the story, you are shaping it with grace. The old has ended, the new is unfolding. And for the first time, you're not just ready, you're steady. There's a kind of quiet that feels like conclusion, not an ending, but a fulfillment. You stand now in that stillness, aware that everything that needed to happen has happened. The battles, the lessons, the healing, the waiting, all of it has brought you here, to this gentle intersection between completion and beginning. The circle has closed, and yet it opens again, like a door that leads to more light. You no longer feel the ache of almost. The striving has stilled. The questions have quieted. You've learned that peace doesn't need explanation, it only needs trust. And now, you live in that trust as easily as you breathe. It has become your atmosphere, your compass, your crown. The world around you still shifts, still hums with uncertainty. But inside, there is only calm. You've discovered that the greatest miracle isn't the one that changes circumstances, it's the one that changes perception. What used to break you now builds you. What used to threaten you now teaches you. You no longer panic at the unknown. You welcome it as the language of divine creativity. Every scar tells a story now, not of pain, but of power. Each mark on your soul is a testimony of grace that refused to leave. You are no longer a survivor of storms. You are the voice that stills them. When you speak, there's weight in your words. Not from pride, but from proof. You've lived what others only quote. We find in the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 1, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." End of it. You used to think that verse was about someday, about a moment still waiting in the future. Now you know it's about now. The light has already come, and it rests on you. It shines through every healed wound, every tear turned testimony, every heartbreak that became holy. You no longer wait for glory, you carry it. It's strange how peace feels weightless, yet grounding at the same time. You move with such ease now that even your silence speaks. You don't chase connection, you attract resonance. You've learned the sacred art of still presence, the kind that fills rooms without needing to be noticed, the kind that shifts hearts without demanding attention. You've grown into someone who understands timing, not as something to control, but to cooperate with. You don't force doors open anymore. You wait until they recognize your knock. You know that what's meant for you won't compete for your attention. It will arrive with confirmation, not confusion. Every season you've walked through, every loss, every long night, was a conversation between your destiny and your endurance. Heaven was sculpting you quietly, chiseling away fear, impatience, and doubt until peace became your default. Now, nothing external can distort what's been internalized. You see through everything differently now. The delays were not denials. The detours were divine. Even rejection was redirection disguised as pain. You no longer mourn what left. You bless it for making space. You no longer beg for clarity. You walk in confidence. That's the evolution of a soul that's been refined by grace. Your perspective has matured beyond reward and recognition. You no longer serve God to be blessed. You serve Him because you've already been blessed beyond measure with breath, with purpose, with peace. You don't chase destiny anymore. You host it. You carry divine purpose the way rivers carry reflection quietly, constantly, without needing validation. The beauty of your now is that you've stopped separating sacred and ordinary. You see God in everything, the laughter of a stranger, the stillness of a morning, the rhythm of your own heartbeat. Life itself has become prayer, and peace its answer. You've also learned that endings aren't losses, they're transitions. The same God who closed old doors is opening new ones, not loudly, but softly, as if not to disturb the peace He built within you. The next chapter doesn't begin with striving, it begins with surrender. You no longer ask, "What if?" You simply say, "Even if." Then, there's a quiet strength to that kind of faith, the kind that doesn't crumble when life shifts, the kind that doesn't fear the dark because it's learned that light doesn't need to be seen to be sure. You've learned to rest, not because everything is perfect, but because you've finally realized perfection was never the point. Presence was. You carry the maturity of one who knows that peace is both the process and the prize. You've learned to live at the pace of grace, to breathe without rushing, to love without fear. You've learned that purpose isn't a destination, it's the way you walk. And so, you continue slowly, steadily, beautifully. You don't need grand gestures or new beginnings to feel alive. You just need awareness. Every step now feels sacred because it's taken with intention. Every moment feels full because it's viewed through gratitude. The horizon ahead doesn't intimidate you anymore. You don't need to know what's next because you trust who's next. The same hand that led you through fire now leads you into fullness. You walk not with fear of falling, but with faith in foundation. This is what it means to arrive not at a place, but at peace. Not at completion, but at contentment. Not at fame, but at fulfillment. You've learned that the reward was never what you gained, it was who you became. You are the stillness after the storm, the sunrise after the shadow, the calm that confirms completion. The glory isn't just upon you, it moves through you, touching everything you approach with quiet restoration. The story continues. But from here on, it's different, no longer written from pain, but from peace, no longer marked by striving, but by surrender, no longer searching for proof, but living as it. You've become what you were always meant to be, light, steady and sure. You've reached the quiet part of the story, the moment where everything makes sense without needing explanation. You've walked through the storm, through silence, through surrender, and now you stand here still, whole, radiant. You didn't just read these words, you lived them. Every pause, every tear, every whisper of faith has brought you here, to peace that finally stays. The stillness in your heart right now is heaven's applause. It's not the end, it's affirmation. This message found you for a reason. You were meant to remember what peace feels like. You were meant to know that the light you've received was never meant to stop with you. If something inside you stirred tonight, if these words settled where worry used to live like this message, that small click might seem simple, but it sends light forward, telling unseen hearts. Hope still speaks. And if you felt something shift deep within, share it. Not because you're asked to, but because sharing is how we pass the flame. Every time this message travels, it finds someone else standing in their storm, waiting for confirmation that God hasn't gone silent. Your share might be the lantern that leads them home. If this space has become a refuge for you, a place where words breathe peace, subscribe. You're not joining a channel, you're stepping into a circle of light. Each connection here adds warmth to this growing family of hearts learning how to heal. Wait, and believe again. And then, there's the quiet act, the one only heaven sees. If you feel led, you may donate, not as duty, not as demand, but as devotion. Imagine a flame burning on an altar, soft and steady. Every offering is a drop of oil that keeps that flame alive. You're not giving to a person, you're giving to the purpose that found you. But even if you can't give today, your presence is already part of the offering. Your time, your attention, your silent, yes, they all carry weight. And when you comment below, your words become seeds. Each thought, each reflection might grow into healing for someone else scrolling through their own midnight. Sometimes a single line from you becomes the sentence that saves another. Like, share, subscribe, comment, donate. Not because you must, but because you can. Because gratitude wants to move. And peace was never meant to stay still. This isn't about platforms or pages, it's about people. It's about the quiet revolution of hearts, choosing faith over fear, calm over chaos, stillness over noise. You are part of that revolution now. Look around. The world still spins fast. But inside, you've slowed down to the rhythm of grace. That rhythm is the heartbeat of heaven, and somehow, your heart beats in time with it. So before you leave this space, breathe one more time. Let the peace you feel right now sink into every corner of your being. You're not just finishing a message, you're carrying it forward. The light that found you here will travel with you into your home, your thoughts, your tomorrows. Keep it burning. Pass it on. Water it with gratitude. Because this isn't goodbye. It's continuation. It's confirmation. It's peace made permanent.